bons dias. Vamos começar esta última nossa sessão de manhã com a nossa colega a quem dou as boas-vindas, Gina Salapata. Welcome for all in this last session in the morning of our colloquium, and I welcome just our dear colleague Gina in New Zealand. So please go away.
And hi, everybody in the Paramyological Society family, actually. So I'll start sharing my screen, just a second. Can you see that? Can you see my screen all right? Are you able to see my screen? Yep. Can you hear me?
We can see it. You can go on. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
sorry, I couldn't.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So my title is Taking Multicultural Proverbs to the Community. And today I will discuss two recent community projects in my adopted hometown, Palmerston North, New Zealand, with a population of around 90,000, that celebrate the cultural diversity of the city, drawing upon traditional wisdom expressed in proverbs from various cultures. First, the George Street Proverbs project. This project took place in February this year. The idea was to invite business owners and managers of businesses in one street located in the center of the city to participate in the annual Festival of Cultures by displaying on their window a proverb related to their business or to their values. The inspiration for this project actually came from the wonderful display Rui organized in the Tavira market in 2018, my first year at the Colloquium. So I went around the businesses in George Street, which is a small street with a lot of foot traffic since it is full of cafes, restaurants, and trendy shops, and asked them to take part in this project by displaying a proverb during the 3-day Festival of Cultures. I was thrilled with the response since almost everybody agreed to take part, 29 different businesses. I gave each a choice of proverbs relevant to their specific business, that is the products and services they offer, or that was relevant to their values, from which the owners chose one to display on their shop window. Some expressed an interest in a particular culture, while a few volunteered to find their own proverbs. I then collaborated with a design and advertising agency, actually one of the participating businesses, to design the signs with the proverbs in English translation. Since the design and printing were funded by my school at Massey University, the signs were provided at no cost to the businesses. Proverbs from 23 different cultures were represented in the display, including Turkish, Indian, Persian, Kenyan, and Maori, the indigenous people of New Zealand. Here are some of the most interesting proverbs that were displayed. First, from a clothing store, a cloth is not woven from a single thread, a Chinese proverb. Then from an Afghan Persian restaurant, if there are 2 cooks in one house, the soup is either too salty or too cold, a Persian proverb. A yoga studio found their own proverb, an Indian one. Very interesting. To control the mind is like trying to control a drunken monkey that has been bitten by a scorpion. Another clothing store chose a Greek proverb, beautiful dresses open doors. A store with arts and crafts, a collective, chose one cannot know from the outside what is contained within. And that's a Maori proverb. And we included the Maori language as well. A tattoo studio chose a Sicilian proverb. Don't pass judgment on a work of art if you don't know how to create it. A florist chose a Finnish proverb. To an optimist, every weed is a flower. To a pessimist, every flower is a weed. Another restaurant chose a Vietnamese proverb. When eating the fruit, think of the person who planted the tree. A second-hand clothing store found again their own proverb. Here's the owner in the picture, which is from Kenya and says, treat the earth well. It was not given to you by your parents. It was loaned to you by your children. An Indian restaurant appropriately chose an Indian proverb, a very funny one, that says, you cannot cook one half of the chicken and leave the other half to lay eggs. Another clothing store chose an Arabic proverb. Children are buttonholes that hold their parents together. You can see how these are related to their business. A Cambodian and East Asian restaurant chose a Thai proverb. The sweetness of food doesn't last long, but the sweetness of good words does. A souvenir and sheepskins shop chose one of my favorite proverbs in this display, a Nigerian one that says, you do not look for a black sheep at night. And the chocolate shop chose a Ukrainian one, only when you have eaten a lemon do you appreciate what sugar is. And the last one I chose is from a hair salon, again, one of my favorite ones. It's an Irish proverb, and you can see where the play is. A hair on the head is worth two on the brush. Many people took the time to walk up and down George Street, reading and reflecting on the meaning of proverbs from this great variety of cultures displayed on shop windows. Even though I had asked businesses to display the signs only during the Festival of Cultures, some kept the signs up for much longer, with several still on display today. I take this as a sign that the project was well received. Now on to the second project, He Kupu Rangatira, the Proverb Pathway Project. This second project was launched in April and established proverbs as a permanent feature of the city's identity. By the way, He Kupu Rangatira means noble words. It showcases and celebrates Palmerston North's rich cultural and linguistic diversity through an innovative display of proverbs inscribed on steps, artworks, and benches along a stepped pathway by the riverbank. This project is the result of a collaboration between Massey University and the Palmerston North City Council and was funded by the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. It sought to further develop the Council's Welcoming Communities initiative, which aims to ensure that existing residents and newcomers to the city share a sense of belonging and that the whole population benefits fully from the positive social, economic, and cultural advantages of diversity. Our project drew on an earlier one that I organized in 2015, which involved the local multicultural community in collecting proverbs to celebrate the city's rich diversity and highlight the common threads among cultures. At that time, we collected over 250 proverbs from 35 cultures. Several of these proverbs were displayed in the City Library during Poetry Week, and the selection was published weekly for 6 months in the local newspaper. The pathway is located on Te Arapikia Tane, the Stairway of Tane, and offers sweeping panoramic views of the Manawatu River and surrounding landscape. There are in fact 2 staircases from the hill down to the river, numbering more than 400 steps, and the proverbs are located along both. The Stairway of Tane, which opened in 2018, is a popular recreational spot. It honors the god Tane Mahuta, guardian of the forest and birds, who, according to the Maori creation story, brought the world from darkness into the light. The stairway represents the journey Tane Mahuta undertook through the heavens to attain the 3 baskets of knowledge: sacred, ancestral, and life knowledge. We thought that that was an appropriate location for encountering several baskets of knowledge in the form of proverbs from different cultures. The project features 12 proverbs and 10 languages: Maori, Japanese, Vietnamese, Chinese, German, Greek, Persian, Romanian, Samoan, and Fijian. These proverbs were selected from those submitted by community members in 2015. One staircase ushers walkers in with a Maori proverb on a beautifully designed artwork by the artist you see here. The proverb is about the diversity of birdsong as a metaphor for the richness of humanity, cultures, and languages. And I will read you the original. Please note the alliteration of the k sound. Koe koe te koko, kete kete te kaka, kuku te kereru, which translates: the tui sings, the parrot chatters, the pigeon coos. This proverb encapsulates very well the spirit of this project, which is to celebrate the rich variety of cultures in our city and support community unity. Like each one of these native birds, the tui or koko, the parrot kaka, and the large pigeon kereru has its own unique call. So the same way, we humans may speak different languages, but our common factor is our humanity. On a tile at the top of the other staircase is a proverb of particular importance to the local Rangitane tribe. And it says, like the multitude of stars in the heavens, so is the greatness of Rangitane upon the earth. A second Rangitane saying is inscribed on a bench. Kahukuras pai pairoa, meaning, cloak of peace. A Japanese proverb was appropriately placed on a stone next to the pathway because it says, even a stone will warm up if you sit on it for 3 years. The literal translation of this proverb is 3 years on a stone, with the rest implied. It conveys a message of perseverance, even in a seemingly impossible situation. A German proverb is on another metal artwork. Who doesn't dare doesn't win. A Persian proverb, in fact mentioned by Edward on Monday among his Afghan proverbs, they are similar, Afghan and Persian proverbs, was inscribed on a bench. At the end of a dark night is a bright day. There is a longer version of this proverb that says, there is much hope in hopelessness, for at the end of a dark night is a bright day. Each section can be used independently to send a hopeful and reassuring message that there will be an end to any bad situation because the darkest hour is just before dawn, as we say. There is a sad and disturbing story of vandalism associated with this proverb. After the bench was installed, and just a couple of days before the launch of the project, the top railing inscribed with a proverb in its original script was covered in black paint. The council managed to clean it up for the launch, but sadly, a week or so later, someone unscrewed and removed that railing. The council then decided to replace it with metal bolted in so that it could not be removed. And yet, a third case of vandalism took place when the letters were defaced using tools to scratch and bend the metal. This was a targeted attack since no other foreign-looking scripts suffered. There are no labels indicating the culture of origin of the proverbs, so I doubt the perpetrators were aware of the Persian origins of the proverb. Instead, I suspect that they targeted the script, which is of course the same as Arabic, as representative of Muslims. In other words, I think we have here a case of Islamophobia. To put it in context, I remind you of the mass shootings in Christchurch in New Zealand on the 15th of March 2019. During that terrorist attack carried out by a single gunman, 51 persons were killed and 40 injured. It was a white supremacist hate crime targeting Muslims as they gathered in two mosques for Friday prayers, and the whole country collectively mourned. A case of Islamophobia is a disturbing thought for our city. At the same time, it demonstrates the need for projects of this sort that promote cross-cultural understanding and tolerance in every community. A light-hearted proverb from Samoa is etched on timber surrounded by a frame for stretching exercises. It sounds very melodic in the original language, and that's why I have included it here. Leai se bebesi, leai se popole, leai se tasi e misi le pasi, which translates, no rush, no fuss, no miss the bus. This proverb captures the relaxed atmosphere of the Pacific Islands. The people on the bus, the driver, and anyone milling about will know if someone is meant to be on the bus, and they will wait. The submitter of the proverb commented that her aunt was in the shower once when the bus came, and the driver waited for her. Everyone will get to their destination in the end, she said. There is no point in being in a rush. A Greek proverb, which I contributed, is etched on the steps. Bean by bean, the sack gets filled. This proverb is used to stress the merits of saving, but it can also be used in a more general way. At a slow and steady pace, you can achieve a lot. This fits very well with the location of the proverb on the steps. The arduous climb will be conquered step after step. A Chinese proverb is on tiles at the bottom of one of the staircases. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Again, very appropriate for those who start the arduous climb up the stairs. A Fijian proverb, similar to the English, you reap what you sow, is on a beautifully designed panel that incorporates the national flower of the island. You harvest the flowers you plant. A Vietnamese proverb is again etched on the steps. Put effort into filing a metal bar and it eventually becomes a needle. In other words, to achieve something, you need effort and patience. Finally, a Romanian proverb on a third bench says, the wise man doesn't say everything he thinks, but he thinks about everything he's going to say. According to this proverb, silence can be a sign of wisdom. Discretion involves both choosing our words carefully when we speak and sometimes choosing not to speak at all. This proverb may represent an interesting case of cultural transference because it is also attributed to the 13th century Persian poet Rumi, unless of course it was created independently in Romania. We are now in the final stages of creating a smartphone app so that visitors to the site and also people who cannot visit will be able to get the full story behind the meaning and use of each proverb along with high quality photos. More importantly, they can hear each proverb spoken in its language of origin by a native speaker. Our mayor, who attended the launch, said that the project is a wonderful addition to the city. He remarked, "This is part of us wearing our welcoming community credentials on our sleeve by drawing from the established wisdom of the many cultures that call Palmerston North home." My long-term vision with these community projects is to make Palmerston North known as the proverb capital of the Southern Hemisphere, a mini Tavira, if Rui permits, and the flagship for successful multiculturalism. Our area, after all, is one of the most ethnically diverse regions in New Zealand, with more than 130 different ethnic communities having settled here. Community projects like these celebrate multiculturalism and ensure that existing residents and newcomers to the city share a sense of belonging. When immigrants see their language and script expressed publicly in the form of a proverb, they can feel more included and welcome. I would therefore like to encourage all of you to think of possible projects in your communities that can employ multicultural proverbs as a tool for raising positive cultural awareness and promoting diversity and cultural equality. So let's get involved in what I like to call applied paremiology. And I would certainly endorse Edward Selim's motion for the association to encourage the use of proverbs from the home countries of refugees in association with those of host countries to promote cross-cultural connection, tolerance, and understanding. But I would also like to include immigrants along with refugees. Thank you. I cannot hear if I don't know what's happening, but I cannot hear anything from the room.
Thank you very much, Gina. Excuse these silent moments, but I must thank you for all the efforts you have done based on some single idea you got here in Tavira. It's a pleasure for our association. And of course, I hope that everybody listening us around the world can take this example that you shown here in each city or in each place you are placed around the world to develop this awareness about the mutual understanding and the better for migrants and for refugees. I think that Tavira now learned from you. And this is very important because, of course, at Tavira, we have lots of migrants. So I think that in a joint work with you, maybe we can develop and pass our examples for everybody that is concerned with paremiology.
Very good.
Thank you for all. I don't know if there are some questions to you, and maybe my technicians can address some on the chat or something like that. Please, Gina, if you have something to add, go away.
Yeah. No, nothing, but there are several other projects that I have started or planning to start. So watch this space.
Okay, so, okay, so because time flies, of course we thank from the other side of the heart, and please go to sleep because you have a long, long journey to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
And now we are in conditions to move to next speakers coming from East Timor. So I think that you can launch the video they send to us.
Bom dia,
Vamos passar a compartilhar a tela com a nossa apresentação. Um provérbio dos povos é a apresentação que nós, eu e a minha colega Mariana, preparámos. Somos ambos professores convidados do Centro de Língua Portuguesa, na Universidade Nacional de Timor-Leste, onde estamos integrados no projeto da UNTL. Mariana, especialista em empresário, é mestre em cultura portuguesa, eu sou doutorado em literatura e ambos trabalhamos com alunos que têm português como língua não materna.
Uma língua é o lugar de onde se vê o mundo e em que se traçam os limites do nosso pensar e sentir. Da minha língua vê-se o mar. Da minha língua ouve-se o seu rumor, como da de outros se ouvirá o da floresta ou o silêncio do deserto. Virgílio Ferreira.
Os objetivos do nosso trabalho são essencialmente refletir sobre a importância da cultura popular, discutir a diversidade de expressões, ditados populares existentes e a sua utilização no dia-a-dia, explorar e avaliar estratégias de abordagem didática de provérbios em diferentes línguas e culturas, nomeadamente entre português e o tétum praça, que é a variante mais falada em Dili, onde nos encontramos. Cultura popular é o conhecimento que representa e as competências que se transmitem através de gerações, promovendo o diálogo intercultural e o respeito mútuo, já que se identifica como uma dimensão que faz parte integrante da identidade dos indivíduos, que se desenvolve pela interiorização de modelos e valores funcionais que acompanham a realidade social. Esta afirmação é de Cordeiro. As tradições são a passagem de um conjunto de dados culturais de um antecedente a um consequente, sejam estes famílias, grupos, gerações, classes ou sociedades humanas. A tradição é o acumular de significados que nascem, se enriquecem e dissolvem com um cunho histórico, com ambas vitalidade atual e solidez no passado, apresentando características complexas que permitem a sua aplicação em contextos diversificados, associados a práticas e ou métodos passados e ancestrais de comum utilização, segundo Cordeiro. As tradições favorecem a construção social de identidades, pois são referência central da sua identidade pessoal e enquanto membro de um grupo. A construção dessas identidades, pessoal e social, pressupõe certas continuidades e reconhecimentos. Continuidade na rota pessoal e grupal de formação, construção do eu, e reconhecimento deste eu por si próprio e pelos outros. Isto num contexto de interação com um grupo concreto, num espaço e tempo específicos, segundo Cordeiro.
Sintetizando, a tradição apresenta-se como um aglomerado de crenças e comportamentos que, alicerçados ao que se encontra plasmado no passado, são legitimados pela sua renovação temporal. Em Portugal incluem-se, por exemplo, o fado, as festas populares, religiosas ou pagãs, a gastronomia, os eventos culturais e festivos das localidades, os ciclos de lã, do linho e da seda, expressões populares como os provérbios e expressões idiomáticas, entre outras, tema da nossa apresentação de hoje. A língua popular é feita pelo próprio povo, que lhe dá uso. É usada num registro informal, devido à existência de um padrão de uso social da linguagem, que se funde através da formalidade e cria uma ideia superficial de superioridade linguística. Não obstante, a língua popular, da qual fazem parte vocábulos únicos, arcaísmos, regionalismos, gírias, calão, ditos, frases feitas, expressões idiomáticas, aportuguesamentos e estrangeirismos, afasta-se da norma de comunicação formal. Cada língua e cada cultura têm modos diferentes de ver e de representar o mundo, o que dificulta a tradução de enunciados marcados por um segundo sentido de raiz popular ou erudita, de formulação normalmente fixa, mas com um significado raras vezes transparente. e ainda que as expressões populares permitem moralizar, restringir ou normalizar comportamentos ou criticar de forma concisa e acutilante atitudes ou situações. As expressões populares têm vindo a despertar um maior interesse pelo tema da cultura popular portuguesa, recaído sobre a tradição oral, com a vontade de preservar este património cultural e imaterial formado pela língua do povo, segundo Vieira e Freire. Vamos apresentar um pequeno vídeo ilustrativo de algumas expressões populares, não no seu sentido real, mas num sentido figurativo. Como verificaram, foram apresentadas algumas expressões populares portuguesas que estão representadas no seu sentido literal, mas o seu sentido semântico, ou seja, o seu sentido real, é figurativo. Foi um vídeo ilustrativo desses casos. Em cada país existem muitas expressões, ditados populares. Uns são comuns a vários povos, com pequenas variações, mas ainda assim compreensíveis. As expressões ou ditados populares são frases que transmitem conhecimentos comuns sobre a vida. Muitas delas foram criadas na antiguidade, porém estão relacionadas a aspectos universais da vida. Por isso são utilizadas até nos dias atuais. Em Timor-Leste também se usam expressões populares, algumas semelhantes às portuguesas, por exemplo, ser apanhado com a boca na botija, que também quer dizer ser apanhado em flagrante, e que em Tétum também se utiliza o mesmo provérbio. Para além desse, temos outros exemplos aqui, com a sua tradução em Tétum, que são utilizados nas duas línguas. A união faz a força, em Tétum, Hamutuk e Tabele. Amigos, amigos, negócios à parte. Colega, colega, negócio, buat, ketak, ida.
Em português dizemos mais vale um pássaro na mão do que dois a voar, diacliu ria manu, hida ria liman, duque iacua maibe e kuzlakon hot. Ou águas passadas não movem moinhos, cabe ne hebe, tafui, tiarona, seila lambar, filafal. É óbvio que o nosso tétano não é perfeito, portanto, esperemos que não haja muitos falantes do tétano desse lado que nos possam acusar.
Cada macaco no seu galho, labele hatama kanuru tohar.
Quem não chora, não mama, e que se coçar, macfoin eta.
Quem espera sempre alcança, ou paciência, macbela manan buat hotum. Quem tem telhados de vidro não atira pedras no do vizinho. Hatudo liman fuan e da baema tolo sei fila barro.
Esta apresentação contém exemplos que foram utilizados em sala de aula, em português e tétum, e que são utilizados em comum para transmitir algum conhecimento ou alguma lição de vida. As expressões em tétum transmitem, como se percebeu exatamente, a mesma sentença do que as expressões utilizadas em português.
A cultura, enquanto conceito, evoluiu histórica e globalmente, passando por várias alterações até ao conceito atual que abarca o património imaterial e que se enquadra social, económica e localmente desde tempos imemoriais pela influência direta do ser humano e a sua necessidade em procurar explicar o inexplicável. Celebrar a abundância, cumprir rituais religiosos ou pagãos, ou pela manutenção e renovação da riqueza cultural local, potenciada por uma relevância mundial muito recente. Os conceitos associados à cultura prendem-se com fenómenos que caracterizam e identificam o ser humano no decurso da história, contribuindo para séculos de manifestações contextuais que reforçam a importância das tradições dos povos, enquanto promotoras da sua identidade cultural, enraizadas na base de qualquer civilização. Em suma, a linguagem figurada é utilizada no nosso dia-a-dia e o seu reconhecimento, conhecimento para a comunicação é muito importante. A compreensão de expressões populares pode ampliar as possibilidades de atuação na comunicação do cotidiano. Para um aluno aprendente de língua portuguesa, expandir o seu vocabulário é fundamental, pois isso significa ampliar a sua capacidade de comunicação em português. As expressões populares são a cristalização do saber das gentes. Nesta apresentação, privilegiamos frases do estilo popular, com enunciado breve, com a forma de uma sentença.
Segundo o quadro europeu comum de referência para as línguas, que é, no fundo, um dos grandes documentos orientadores do nosso trabalho, como professores de português no estrangeiro, é relevante o ensino e a transmissão de conhecimentos socioculturais aos aprendentes de uma língua segunda e ou estrangeira, despertando no aprendente a abertura à diferença, relativizando o seu próprio ponto de vista cultural e o seu sistema de valores, criando, no mesmo, a vontade de assumir o papel de intermediário cultural entre a sua própria cultura e a cultura estrangeira, resolvendo mal-entendidos interculturais e confusos. A competência sociolinguística estabelece uma relação com o conhecimento e com as capacidades necessárias para trabalhar a dimensão social do uso da língua, para trabalharmos o domínio sociocultural, e uma vez que a língua é um fenómeno sociocultural, o que nos é apresentado nesse quadro europeu comum de referência, particularmente quando se refere ao sociocultural, é pertinente para os aprendentes de uma língua a aquisição da competência sociolinguística, pois os conteúdos aqui desenvolvidos são os que se referem especificamente ao uso da língua e não são tratados noutro lugar. Os marcadores linguísticos de relações sociais, regras de delicadeza, expressões de sabedoria popular, diferenças de registro, dialectos e sotaques.
As expressões populares têm vindo a ser alvo de uma grande procura, fruto da necessidade de revitalização e da responsabilização por esta partilha cultural de toda a comunidade, tendo-se estabelecido, cada vez mais uma relação de conjugação de forças entre o povo e as políticas culturais, no sentido de promover parcerias estratégicas com agentes e instituições de outros países, ganhando projeção internacional. Consideramos muito importante para os aprendentes de língua portuguesa terem conhecimento não só da linguística, mas também da sociolinguística, assim como os aprendentes de outras línguas também, para se sentirem integrados na comunidade onde a língua é falada e partilhada. Apresentamos algumas referências bibliográficas que foram utilizadas para a construção de elaboração da nossa comunicação.
E, como se diria em teatro, obrigado dá tempo, obrigado Barak. Nós vamos deixar os nossos contactos. Gostaríamos, uma vez mais, de agradecer o convite que nos foi feito. É uma apresentação com base essencialmente no trabalho que temos vindo a elaborar cá, em sala de aula, e que que esperamos poder vir a desenvolver com novas propostas de investigação, quem sabe até para uma próxima participação. Mais uma vez, muito obrigado.
Obrigada.
E resto de um bom dia.
Obrigado, Paula e Mariana. Thank you very much for your presentation. Namely, today, as some of you know, today for East Timor, it's a special day because some years ago it was a very dark day for Timor. And according with some cultures, we celebrate those dark days crying. But other cultures, they celebrate dark days making something that makes people happy. So I think in our case, we are now celebrating with our association around the world this dark day for Timor, East Timor, with very good thoughts for the future. And in your presentation, you said something that makes our association happy to understand that we are in the right way. I refer the capacity to learn Portuguese, because it's one of the most important languages around the world. Secondly, your team, Paul and Mariana, together with other persons, are just doing a very important work, preparing new people for a mutual understanding among nations. Of course, that we must respect all the differences, but as you said, for that we need to understand each other and mainly to be aware about our own identity. The work you are doing in East Timor is a proof that the past was past, and now we must face the future with new ideas that can link each more people around the world. Para os falantes de língua portuguesa, tento traduzir aquilo que disse em inglês, porquanto o trabalho que têm feito em Timor, estes dois professores, são efetivamente de louvar. E uma coisa que eu disse é que hoje, passados alguns anos de um massacre que houve em Timor, nós estamos tentando responder de forma positiva e, em vez de chorar como se faz em algumas culturas, estamos libertando e dando passos para o futuro. Tenho aqui algumas perguntas. Oti, are you hearing me? No. Just for you, Mariana and Paulo, if you have not the possibility, but anyway, Oti was telling only Maori proverbs, nothing more. Zelem make a comment saying that very, very wonderful presentation. And of course we have much more, but I think that we have no possibility to connect the authors, so the answers will be not possible to pass for you. So we end this presentation once more, congratulating the presenters, both professors at the University at Delhi, and really I must inform you that our next speaker, unfortunately, can't present the communication because she is at the hospital. So Gulnara is not presenting, and we have one greater break, and we will come back just at 11 o'clock. Okay? Thank you very much.
So, welcome back after a little bit longer coffee break out in the beautiful sun, what I can tell those who are unfortunately not here with us. This is the same to our first speaker, as Rui just told me. He can also not be here present in Tavira, but we see him online. It's Luis Tosina, and Luis Tosina will speak about paremiology as the perpetual of the status quo. The example of Martinez Kleisner's Refraniero General Ideologico. Please, Luis, it's on you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to start by thanking the organization for having me here for the third time and to apologize for all the inconvenience that has arisen over the past couple of weeks. I meant to be there today, but couldn't make it due to some health issues. And I also want to wish the previous speaker for a speedy recovery, okay? So today I'm going to talk about how paremiology contributes to maintain certain beliefs in society, okay? And for this purpose, I'm going to be focusing on how the Refraniero General Ideológico Español contributes to do this as probably the most authoritative Spanish reference book for Proverbs. So to begin with, I mean, it's a fairly widespread phrase, and I'm sure most people are familiar with it, but let's state that status quo is a Latin phrase meaning the existing or current state of affairs, something that is stable and usually remains unchallenged. And this term has clear political implications, and we will focus on how Proverbs, and more precisely the work under scrutiny, the Refraniero General Ideológico Español, showcases the following topics, which are animal rights, homosexuality, racism, religious beliefs, and sexism. This is a seemingly unrelated assortment of topics that may have little to do with each other. However, we find how in society, a basic division between a conservative point of view and a progressive one usually causes individuals to have consistent views across most of these, as well as others, depending on where they find themselves in the political spectrum. Also, I would like to begin by introducing some concepts that may help understand this process of how Proverbs may be used to support one's political stance. George Lakoff develops the conceptual metaphor of nation as a family in his 2004 book, re-edited in 2014, Don't Think of an Elephant. And according to this, there are two family models, depending on one's conception of society. There's the nurturing parent model, which is associated with a progressive point of view. And then there's a strict father model, which is associated with a conservative point of view. And you may also notice that the word choice is also consistent with these perspectives. A parent, which is more inclusive, as opposed to father. So in his book, Lakoff develops the concept of framing and reframing. In relation to the former, he states that, quote, frames are mental structures that shape the way we see the world. As a result, they shape the goals we seek, the plans we make, the way we act, and what counts as good or bad, as a good or bad outcome for our actions. In politics, our frames shape our social policies and the institutions we form to carry out policies. To change our frames is to change all of this. Reframing is social change, unquote. Consequently, reframing implies, quote, when we successfully reframe public discourse, we change the way the public sees the world. We change what counts as common sense. Because language activates frames, new language is required for new frames. Thinking differently requires speaking differently. Reframing is not easy or simple. It is not a matter of finding some magic words. Frames are ideas, not slogans. Reframing is more a matter of accessing what we and like-minded others already believe unconsciously, making it conscious and repeating it till it enters normal public discourse. It doesn't happen overnight. It is an ongoing process. It requires repetition and focus and dedication. To achieve social change, reframing requires a change in public discourse, and that requires a communication system. end of quote. So we can see the parallelism with paremiology and how Proverbs work and how they spread. So in relation to Proverbs, we cannot overlook their character as a traditional folk wisdom that so many authors cite to define them. And this also results in them coming across as rather conservative. Paremiographers often seem to forget about a capital aspect of paremiology, which is currency. A proverb is useful in as much as it remains in circulation within a community and has a certain degree of diffusion. This clashes frontally with the reference book analyzed here, Luis Martinez-Gleiser, who published his Refranero in the 50s of the past century, and used sources that came mostly from the 16th century, but going all the way back to the 14th century as Los Libros de Cetrería and the Pedro Pérez de Ayala. And this may make the reader think that some of the beliefs included in the book or some of the beliefs expressed in a certain paremiological item are still advisable a few centuries later when they resort to this book, okay? And this may also happen even in such a conservative society as Francoist Spain. So, like I said, paremiographers seem to often overlook this, but there are some exceptions like Jennifer Speake, who in her Oxford Dictionary of Proverbs explains that, quote, proverb usage once again shows itself an index of linguistic and social change. Whereas many older proverbs use man for the human subject, modern users often attempt to avoid such non-inclusive language, preferring someone or a person. While examples of up-to-date usage have been found for nearly 400 of the proverbs in this book, it seems clear that other proverbs are starting to undergo obsolescence by reason of social change. Expressions of the received wisdom of a patriarchal agrarian society that organized itself according to the rhythms of the seasons and the church's calendar become antiquarian oddities in a modern environment. Thus, a woman, a dog, and a walnut tree, the more you beat them, the better they be, offends a slew of 21st century sensibilities, while Candlemas Day, put beans in the clay, has little to say to an urban secular society, unquote. So, in order to understand Martinez-Gleiser's political stance and motivations, we need to consider that he was a fairly conservative person. He ran for mayor in Madrid in 1909 with Comité de Defensa Social, a conservative Catholic organization. He also supported Franco's military coup from the very beginning, and as we shall see, with publications in the press. And then later on, he prospered under the dictatorship, entering the Real Academia de la Lengua, I believe in 1946, and staying there for over 20 years until his death in the 1970s, I believe. And he even became the treasurer of the organization. This is an example of a publication by Martinez-Gleiser in the press at the time. This is actually like November 13th, 1936. So the early months of the Spanish Civil War, and here to your right you have a poem where he states his support for the coup and the military action. So, Proverbs are often used for their argumentative power, as we all know, and in relation to this, Lewis sees Proverbs as quote-unquote instruments of power and control. However, Wolfgang Mieder clarifies the pervasive belief of Proverbs as unquestionable pieces of truth, stating that, quote, contrasting proverb pairs are rather common in folk speech, and they indicate once and for all that Proverbs have no claim at being universal truths, end of quote, something we seem to, at least personally, I seem to overlook quite a lot. So all of this leads us to question authoritative paremiological sources such as the RGIE that tend to present centuries-old pieces of folk wisdom as unchallengeable truths. So it's really interesting to analyze a communicative exchange, including Proverbs, from a Bourdieuian point of view, especially those Proverbs that try to justify or perpetuate certain social or political beliefs. As is known, according to the French sociologists, communicative exchanges should be analyzed as marketing exchanges in which one's utterance is given a certain value according to the social consideration he or she holds in the eyes of others. Thus, quote, a linguistic exchange, a relation of communication between a sender and a receiver, based on enciphering and deciphering, and therefore on the implementation of a code or a generative competence, is also an economic exchange which is established within a particular symbolic relation of power between a producer endowed with a certain linguistic capital and a consumer or a market, and which is capable of procuring a certain material or symbolic profit. In other words, utterances are not only, save in exceptional circumstances, signs to be understood and deciphered. They are also signs of wealth, intended to be evaluated and appreciated, and signs of authority, intended to be believed and obeyed, which is similar to the previous quote by Louis. So here it can be understood how for anyone the inclusion of a proverb in a reference work, which is considered to be authoritative, would make them take the idea presented in said proverb for granted, even though we now know it shouldn't always be the case. Furthermore, the use of certain proverbs by political figures may also contribute not only to their popularization and diffusion, but also to reinforce their perception as unchallengeable pieces of truth. Now, Bourdieu goes on to affirm that, quote, utterances receive their value and their sense only in their relation to a market characterized by a particular law of price formation. The value of the utterance depends on the relation of power that is concretely established between its speakers' linguistic competences, understood both as their capacity for production and as their capacity for appropriation and appreciation. It depends, in other words, on the capacity of the various agents involved in the exchange to impose the criteria of appreciation most favorable to their own products, unquote. So consequently, depending on the position in the social hierarchy that the speaker occupies, sometimes manifested in the linguistic variety that he or she uses, his or her utterance will have a certain value. In relation to the use of proverbs, even though they are most readily associated with popular classes, their use by political figures or speakers of social relevance grants them even more discursive power than they are generally given, as we have already stated. So in relation to the use of proverbs, the French author considers that, quote, much has been written on the argumentative authority that proverbs give the speaker who uses them. Every speech act, and more generally every action, is a conjuncture, an encounter between independent causal series. On the one hand, there are the socially constructed dispositions of the linguistic habitus, which imply a certain propensity to speak and to say determinate things, expressive interest, and a certain capacity to speak, which involves both the linguistic capacity to generate an infinite number of grammatically correct discourses and the social capacity to use this competence adequately in a determinate situation. On the other hand, there are the structures of the linguistic market, which impose themselves as a system of specific sanctions and censorships. So central to Bourdieu's theory of language or philosophy of language is the mentioned concept of habitus, a term of Aristotelian and scholastic origins, which Bourdieu uses in a distinctive and quite specific way. The habitus is a set of dispositions which incline agents to act and react in certain ways. This is a quote by John B. Thompson, the editor to Language and Symbolic Power in the English edition. And finally, or additionally, religion and politics achieve their most successful ideological effects by exploiting the possibilities contained in the polysemy inherent in the social ubiquity of the legitimate language. Now, as with most other aspects of primology, Professor Meader conducted some of the most enlightening research on the use of proverbs by politicians. Being of particular interest, his analysis of the use of proverbs by the Nazi Party, something he presented here in the last edition of the Colloquium, where he analyzed the use of proverbs in Joseph Goebbels' diary. In a previous work by Professor Meader, though, he explains how, quote, proverbs as a powerful verbal tool in the hands of politicians become a two-edged sword, employed both as a positive and negative device to influence, if not manipulate, citizens, unquote. And again, the most illustrative, albeit shocking example of which was the use that the Nazis made of proverbs in order to legitimize their practices, their policies. So again, considering the datedness of Martinez-Kleiser's sources, we're going to take a look at some concrete examples of ideas that people still resort to the parameology of the language to justify. Again, to avoid excessive lengthiness, these 5 topics have been chosen because they may cause disagreement between conservative and progressive points of view. These topics may not be necessarily controversial in every society, but they are currently at the center of political debate in Spain, where the political establishment has been altered in recent years with the appearance of political parties at both ends of the political spectrum. So the first one has to do with animal rights, and more precisely with bullfighting, which, as we all know, is a polarizing aspect of Spanish culture, but probably is also present in Portugal, France, and some Latin American countries. However, in some of these countries, the show does not finish with the killing of the animal. And more people are turning their backs on this as they consider it an inhumane show and something that should be abandoned or modified so to stop promoting animal cruelty. As it could not be otherwise, though, we find proverbs that present this tradition as something desirable, such as items 59993, which translates as to see a bullfight and to bask in the sun, that's the life for a Spaniard, or 59994, bread and bullfights we want, and if we like any of the two, let it be the first one. Bullfighting in general is a really prolific domain for phraseology in Spanish, and variations of item 60006 are among the best known proverbs in Spanish. Desde la barrera bien torea cualquiera. La barrera is the first row in the stance in a bullfighting ring, and it's usually considered to be a place of privilege. Okay, so what this means is that it's really easy to make judgment from the outside without having any involvement in the actual issue. Okay. Another topic would be homosexuality, and even though Spain was among the first European countries to recognize same-sex marriage back in 2005, numerous homophobic proverbs remain in the parameology of the language, most of them addressed at gay men and mocking them and demeaning them, coincidentally identifying them with women, traditionally considered to be second-class citizens, as we shall see. Examples of this are items 1382, a man in the kitchen, have a pansy. 1384, a man with an effeminate voice, if he doesn't deceive you today, he will deceive you tomorrow. 1385, man with a high-pitched voice and woman with a baritone voice do not appeal to me. And 1389, don't mention men who are little of a man. Another issue, racism. Even though Spain has been a multicultural society for most of its history, racism has also been a big issue and continues to be so, with immigrants being blamed for the usual lack of jobs, low salaries, globalization, and the abandonment of traditional Spanish values and stuff like that. So probably traditionally the biggest target for racist slurs in Spanish society has been the gypsy population, who are depicted as lazy and unable to adapt to mainstream society. In proverbs such as 28, 235, 36, and 37, were like elaborate on this concept of like gypsy people as as lazy. But it's also worth noting the fact that part of the racism in Spanish society has its roots in religion. In relation to this, we need to take into consideration the fact that the regime under which Martinez-Kleiser prospered and published his work, in which he became a relevant member of society, defined itself as national Catholic. Thus, it should not surprise anyone to find degrading proverbs against other religious groups, such as Muslims, items 13,511 through 514, Jews, 34,713 through 730. I only included a few examples of this, apart from the usual targeting of Black people, as in Proverbs 22, 603 through 605. Another topic that proves this is those that support religious beliefs. Again, religion plays a major role in Spanish society. It has traditionally been so, and it continues to be so, even though it's considered to be a state without an official religion as recognized by the Spanish Constitution. But proof of this is the fact that many official holidays are also religious festivities. So the importance of Christianity manifests in Spanish primarily with the appearance of numerous proverbs. These are just an example. However, it must also be noticed that according to the way they are worded, some of them present numerous important archaisms, which makes them come across as old-fashioned, like the ones that have been highlighted on the slide. So most of this should not be expected to remain relevant either in present-day society nor in the society at the time of the composition of this work. But probably the topic that best exemplifies this is sexism. I have already explored this topic in a previous work, and so have many other scholars before me. The sexism in the RGIE is atrocious, with women being the second most numerous category in the whole book, just surpassed by proverbs labeled as geographical, which include all the proverbs referring to the different towns, regions, countries, etc. So in order to get an idea of the importance given to women in the book, we must realize that there are 1,610 proverbs about women out of the total of a little over 56,000, making a remarkable 2.5% of the total. Such is the amount that Martinez-Kleiser arranged them under different categories, which I have arranged here according to whether they seem to focus on positive, negative, or neutral characteristics. Unsurprisingly, the amount of negative subheaders is the most numerous one, followed by neutral and positive ones being the scarcest. Lomotti, Fernandez Poncela, and Martinez Garrido, among others, established the usual devices for the demeaning of women in proverbs, identifying them with animals or objects, or characterizing them as gossipy, evil, or only suited for domestic tasks, even promoting or justifying blatantly the use of violence against them. Sexism in Spanish society is prevalent, and even though there have been some advancements in the fostering of a more inclusive language, there's still a long ways to go. This becomes apparent in the Refranero General Ideológico, which, as already mentioned, includes an overwhelming amount of proverbs about women, the vast majority of which present them negatively. And even those, as we shall see, that may come across as positive have been manipulated so as to focus on the negative side. An example of this would be this category, appraisal of women, which one would only expect to focus on positive features of women. However, under this category, we find examples such as item 43045 that says that women only have 3 ways to get married: to go to church or the grave, or items 43048 and 49, which talk about honest women staying at home with a broken leg, which would make them unable to move, but also seems to justify the use of violence against women. So like I mentioned, this is a topic that has already been analyzed, and some scholars have shown awareness of how folklore, and particularly proverbs, play an important role in the perpetuation of certain beliefs and in relation to gender roles and the perceived sexism of language. There are a couple of papers of recent publication by Lomotti and Chachu who explore this in depth. Thus they say, I quote, "Proverbs sustain hegemonic male dominance and female subordination. They offer an interesting avenue for the feminist concern of identifying patriarchal gender ideologies in order to ameliorate them and enhance the development of gender ideologies that offer and encourage positive experiences for women." This is Lomotti, quoting Phillips. Moreover, the insistent, tenacious, and insidious nature of gender ideologies and stereotypes have contributed to maintaining the prevailing gender status quo and have consequently perpetuated gender discrimination in many cultures across several generations, end of quote. And additionally, Cameron affirms that, quote, if enough people can be induced to doubt that the status quo is natural or legitimate, a climate is created in which demands for change are much harder for their opponents to resist. This comes to show that the inequity between men and women found in the use of language in general and proverbs in particular is possibly the best, most widespread example of what we're trying to demonstrate here. But in spite of the more generalized perception of proverbs as traditional and conservative, some authors have also highlighted the use that can be made of folklore in general in order to challenge the status quo. Thus, as far back as 1965, Wang stated that, quote, one of the most important functions of folklore is its service as a vehicle for social protest. Wherever there is injustice and oppression, one can be sure that the victims will find some solace in folklore. Through jokes, songs, and proverbs, the anger of the folk is vent upon the often frighteningly unassailable individual or institution. End of quote. And finally, I want to tie my analysis back to what I consider to be the main reason for this phenomenon, which is the frequent overlooking by compilers of dictionaries of proverbs of the currency of paremias. And I want to associate this with this fact with a concept from political science, which is the Overton window. And as explained by Owen Jones, and I quote, the Overton window describes what is seen as politically possible or reasonable at any given time while remaining within the political mainstream, unquote. So in relation to this, I consider that it should be within a paremiological Overton window to exclude proverbs that are clearly old-fashioned and contribute to maintain and justify beliefs that burden the advancement of society towards a more inclusive one. Consequently, works such as the El Refranero General Ideológico Español may be invaluable from a diachronic point of view, but in the current state of affairs, they leave much to be desired for a synchronic paremiological analysis, at least from today's perspective, from today's mentality. So finally, the conclusions we may draw from all of this are that currency is most relevant in the composition of proverb collections. Otherwise, some beliefs that are not valid anymore might seem so. And some authoritative collections of proverbs are valuable in as much as they are analyzed diachronically, as is the case with the RGIE. A critical reading of proverb dictionaries from a political stance helps us understand the evolution of society. The ancient character of proverbs makes them show extremely conservative views in relation to some current issues. The fact that proverbs are seen as irrefutable truths, even though we've shown that it shouldn't be the case, promotes their use as justification for the defense of certain claims, even though that is not the case. According to Bourdieu, not only is relevant the consideration of proverbs as irrefutable, but also who uses them may contribute to the permanence of certain beliefs. These claims and the reinforcement of the status quo and what is considered to be desirable is carried out by a negative portrayal of what is considered to be undesirable, rather than by focusing on the positive aspects of the former, what is to be desired. And finally, going back to the beginning, societies and languages and their paremiological systems evolve. So the abandonment of certain proverbs and their fall into disuse is to be expected. These are the sources I have quoted in my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I don't know if we'll have time to take questions. If you have any comments or suggestions, feel free to contact me via email, luistorsina@gmail.com. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Luis, for your very interesting presentation, and we all hope that we can meet you again next year, healthy again here in Tavira.
I hope so. I really hope so. Thank you very much.
We have time, at least, I think, for one short question. Is anyone here in the audience with a question? Yes, Pedro?
Muito obrigado, eu gostei
ouvi com o maior das minhas atenções a palestra do colega. Esforcei-me para compreender tudo, porque o meu inglês não é brilhante, mas pelo que eu percebi, e a questão que eu ponho tem a ver com o que eu percebi, é evidente, é a questão das trocas, não é? Simbólicas de Bourdieu. Eu entendi que era necessário, neste momento, fazer este comentário. Nós temos agarrado muito e aprofundando cada vez mais o que é um provérbio, e percebemos que o provérbio nos remete para uma comunidade concreta, específica, não é? Portanto, transporta consigo os saberes, a vivência dessa comunidade. Daí que eu gostaria que fizesses esse trabalho, mas agarrando provérbios de comunidades específicas e não esse mundo imenso que é o espanhol, até porque na minha terra também se fala espanhol, e eventualmente há digamos, um melting pot de culturas que utilizam o espanhol. E se calhar estamos a perverter um pouco o sentido de provérbio. Eu dou-te um exemplo. Há anos, aqui foi apareceu uma belíssima colega nossa, que era, acho que a senhora era dos Países Baixos e que dominava os provérbios em todo o mundo. E então diz, agora provérbios da África. E manda-me um provérbio que era, de facto, dito em Ubuntu. Só que o provérbio entrou no Ubuntu porque o padre que foi fazer o seu proselitismo lá na região levou o provérbio. De maneira que o provérbio passou a ser Ubuntu e não era Ubuntu, coisíssima nenhuma. Era o provérbio comum aqui em Portugal, que se diz que faz o que eu digo, não faças o que eu faço, e que é o oposto, sim, efetivamente, da filosofia Ubuntu, que se baseia, efetivamente, na palavra do homem, é a sua identidade. Portanto, não pode ser dizer uma coisa e fazer outra. Não pode, nunca. Ok, portanto, era isto que eu queria dizer, que gostei, mas gostaria que tu agarrasses nesse teu trabalho, e em vez desse universo imenso, que agarrasses, sei lá, na Catalunha, nas Astúrias, ou não sei, provérbios concretos de regiões concretas, que talvez fosse interessante. Não é?
Sí.
E
totalmente.
talvez os ciganos não tivessem o mesmo tratamento. Ok.
Un poco esto surge todo como parte de otro trabajo que yo estoy haciendo ahora mismo. Simplemente el motivo, sí que es verdad que convendría concretar, porque claro, incluso, bueno, hay situaciones en España, como conocerán, pues han mencionado Cataluña y tal y cual, aparte de que está bien si contesto en español. He empezado a hablar en español, no sé, ¿está bien? Vale. Convendría concretar y se podrían sacar conclusiones con mucho más exactitud y más valiosas aplicándola a un contexto más específico, más concreto. El motivo de utilizar este refranero en concreto, aparte de ser realmente en cierto punto ventajista por mi parte, porque yo ya sabía que las fuentes que reutilizó este señor estaban anticuadísimas, el motivo de centrarme en este refranero se basa fundamentalmente en que durante muchas décadas y todavía a día de hoy se considera como una de las obras paremiográficas de referencia más importantes en la lengua española. Y entiendo además en el español de España, y no tanto en el español de Latinoamérica o de otros lugares del mundo. Pero sobre todo, sí, totalmente de acuerdo. Convendría aplicarlo a contextos más concretos, más precisos. Pero bueno, un trabajo en desarrollo y me lo anoto, y posiblemente para posibles revisiones del trabajo pues lo aplique a situaciones más concretas. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigado.
So thank you once again very much. I just want to let you know, have a look maybe at the comments in the YouTube channel. Not Lisa, but Oti and Fianalla have written also something. Maybe you can
I'll take a
ask
look
the
at that right
question
away.
mentioned there. Okay. See
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank
Will
you.
do.
Our next presentation is also from Spain, but now present here in Tavira. And one moment, please. The presentator will be Juan José Álvarez Díaz, and he will. Francisco Topa, have I made something wrong? Oh, sorry, the wrong. Please excuse me, Francisco. I've been in the wrong timetable, yes. Okay, our next presentator will be from Portugal now, online again, Francisco Topa, and he will speak about black is the coal merchant and white his money. Some thoughts on his Portuguese proverb. Please, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry not being with you in presence. I'm speaking from Porto. I had classes till now. I'm joining just now your meeting. The title of my presentation has a small difference, but basically is the same thing. Why is the coal merchant black? About a Portuguese proverb. The proverb that motivates this text is not one of the most popular of the Portuguese tradition, and as far as I know, does not have a direct equivalent in other languages. In fact, although it appears in most dictionaries of proverbs published in the last decades, it does not seem to be a frequent presence in orality, which seems to be easily explained, at least by the disappearance of the figure of the coal merchant. As for its antiquity, it dates back at least to the mid-17th century, as it occurs in adágios portugueses reduzidos a lugares comuns, in English, Portuguese sayings reduced to clichés, by António Delicado. It occurs in the section dedicated to oficiais mecânicos, mechanical officers, where it presents a variant of the version which appears in some of the compilations of our days. Negro é o carvoeiro, branco é o seu dinheiro. In English, black is the coal merchant, white is his money. This is also the version recorded by Rafael Buto in 1713 in the 5th volume of his Vocabulário Português e Latino in English, Portuguese and Latin vocabulary. The same happens about half a century later in Francisco Roland's Adágios, Provérbios, Rifões e Anachins da Língua Portuguesa in English, Adages, Proverbs, Sayings, and Bywords of the Portuguese language. As far as its equivalents in other language are concerned, Michaela Guitesco, for example, presents the following cases in Spanish. Aunque salga de manos asquerosas, el dinero siempre huele a rosas. In French, l'argent ne sent pas mauvais. In Italian, il denaro non ha odore. And in Romanian, money no smells. However, the least attention will suffice for us to realize that they are equivalent not to the Portuguese saying in question, but to another one. Dinheiro não tem cheiro, or money has no smell, which probably comes from the Latin aphorism, pecunia non olet. The story of this aphorism is well known. It refers to a tax on urine created by Nero and reintroduced by Vespasian. Strange as it may seem today, the product was valued in Rome given its use in the tanning industry and in the washing and whitening of woolen gowns. Suetonius, in the volume of his De Vita Caesarum, devoted to Vespasian, and Cassius Dio in his Historia Romani, attributed the sentence to the emperor. Questioned by his son, the future Emperor Titus, about the repulsive nature of the tax, Vespasian would have picked up a gold coin, asking him if he was offended by his cent. Now, it's not clear, or at least is not unequivocal, that the proverb about the co-merchant has that meaning. The issue would be easier to resolve if we had dictionaries or collections of proverbs with endorsements, which is rare in Portugal. One of the few volumes of this type was organized by Gabriela and Matthias Funk, but it does not include the text we are dealing with, although it records dinheiro não tem cheiro, money has no smell. So let us try to work out the question by analyzing the proverb. The first observation, though quite obvious, concerns structure. In its older version, the saying is divided into two perfect hemistichs, one each with 7 syllables. Negro é o carvoeiro, branco é o seu dinheiro. In addition, there is a morphosyntactic parallelism, subject-complement plus verb plus subject. In addition, there is a morphosyntactic parallelism reinforced by the perfect yet poor rhyme, carvoeiro, dinheiro. It is also noticeable that the symmetry, dominated as it is by a pair of antonyms, negro, branco, begins with the negative element becoming afterwards an equality, which frustrates expectations as if there were an adversative conjunction between the two parts. Thus, a first interpretation seems to be sketched out. Although the co-merchant is black, his money is white like that of the others. That is, the co-worker's money is equal to everyone else's, even though he, the co-merchant, is not equal to everyone else. Or, in other words, the co-merchant's money is not affected by its owner status. It is not affected by its origin, which somehow approximates the saying to the Latin aphorism considered above, pecunia non olet. Despite some progress having been made, the meaning of the proverb has not been completely clarified. So let us try to understand the sense of co-merchant and, above all, of black. According to Pluto, a co-worker is the one who makes or sells coal. Having disappeared a few decades ago, this profession reached considerable importance due to the weight of coal as a source of energy used for various purposes. However, it did not occur in Portugal what happened in countries like England, which was, according to Barbara Fries, the first nation to be thoroughly transformed by releasing the genie of coal. For centuries, Britain led the world in coal production, and largely as a result, it triggered the Industrial Revolution, became the most powerful force on the planet, and created an industrial society, the likes of which the world have never seen. Nevertheless, and despite a discussed bibliography on the history of coal in Portugal, we can say that the profession of coal merchant acquired some importance in our country even before coal having become, with industrialization, an essential fuel. This is what can be proven through other spheres of oral literature, such as the folk tale. There are not many examples preserved in the main collections, but we have at least the case of O Carvoeiro, collected by Teófilo Braga in Ribatejo and included in volume 1 of his Contos Tradicionais do Povo Português. It is a trick story in which a humble coal worker, whom we perceive to be a charcoal maker, consecutively triumphs over the king. Firstly, by ironically confirming the sovereign's assumption that he should be very rich since he works so hard. Confirming the sovereign's assumption, he claims to earn 12 cents a day. He adds afterwards that the loans of, he adds that he loans out 4, uses another 4 to pay a debt, and keeps the remaining 4 to live with his wife. Faced with the king's perplexity, he explains that the loan is to raise the children who will later work when I can't. The debt is to support my parents who are old and cannot do anything, and the other 4 pennies are for both of us to eat. Eager to replicate what is more than a simple joke, in fact, it is both a criticism and a lesson, the king proposes to the dignitaries of the court the saying of the co-worker as a riddle, threatening those who fail with death and promising to reward the winner with his trust. By chance, the prime minister meets the charcoal worker, and the latter, pitying his distress, reveals the answer without betraying the promise made to the sovereign, namely not to tell the answer to anyone before seeing his face 100 times. For such, he asks for 100 gold coins with the king's effigy. Once the intrigue has been cleared up, the co-worker once again deceives the monarch. The nobleman wanted to reward him, but he says he only wants the right to receive 5 cents from each husband who is afraid of his wife. Contrary to the sovereign's expectations, the co-worker becomes rich, managing to demand the money from the king himself. As he starts to describe him a beautiful woman, the Majesty asks him to speak louder, given the approach of the queen. Apparently unrelated to the proverb in question, this short story at least confirms the social existence of the co-worker. At the same time, it proclaims the moral superiority of popular wisdom and shows the power of cunning as a weapon of criticism and as a way of social ascension. Let us now see the meaning of black. Coming from the Latin niger, it initially designated a type of color, brilliant black, which later, as explained by Michel Pastoureau for French, began including the more negative sense of attar, which other rend the Portuguese atroz and the English atrocious. Raphael Bruto in 1713 confirms it with this registration. Black, unfortunate, miserable, from the black color, which is the darkest of all, we take reason to call black everything that bores, bothers us, and saddens us, as when we say black fate, black life, etc. With a long cultural history, along which it has assumed different valutations, black has always been the color of night and darkness, color of the depth of the earth and the underworld, the color of death. Also for this reason, from an early age, black people acquired a negative connotation in the racial palette, which simultaneously justified and was justified by the subjugation and enslavement of Africans. In the same entry of his Vocabulário Português e Latino, Bruto registers black, man from the land of blacks, or son of black parents. But at the end of the following century, in the 1889 edition of Dicionário da Língua Portuguesa, Portuguese Language Dictionary by the Brazilian Antonio de Moraes Silva, it is said of black, man of a black race. Black, formerly the slave, even if mestizo. Given this last meaning, the doubt about the value of black in the proverb under discussion is justified. Is it an adjective that designates the temporary color of the co-worker resulting from the exercise of his activity, or it is a noun that metaphorically and metonymically indicates the slave condition of the co-worker, thus expressing the contradiction resulting from the fact that his money is equal to the money of everyone else who is never black or never slave. Without endorsements, it's not possible to answer the question accurately. However, we can notice from other texts that both co-worker and co kept negative connotations. See a proverb recorded by Bruto, como o saco de carvoeiro, mal de fora, pior de dentro, or in English, like a coal sack bad on outside, worse inside. Or, much closer to us, the poem Grito Negro, Black Scream by the Moçambicanian José Craveirinha, in which the racist insult is transformed into a weapon of resistance and distraction. Black Scream, I am coal, and you brutally rip me off of the ground and make me your mine, boss. I am coal. And you like me, boss, to serve you ultimately as a driving force, but forever not, boss. I am coal, and I have to burn, yes, and burn everything with the force of my combustion. I am coal. I have to burn in exploration, burn to the ashes of the curse, burn alive like a tar, my brother, until I'm no longer your man, boss. I am coal. I have to burn and burn everything with the fire of my combustion. Yes, I will be your coal, boss. Although we cannot reach clear conclusion, we can say that today that money is no longer silver and therefore is no longer white. Today that co-workers have disappeared and that coal is no longer used as a racist insult, we can appreciate the proverb in its best dimension. as a literary text, as a testimony of an age and a mentality, and as a warning that remains valid against the world where social discrimination has not yet been eliminated. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Thank you. Are there any questions here from the audience? No question, and I've also seen there are no questions on the YouTube channel. Are we also on Zoom? No? Okay, so there can be also no questions from that side. So thank you once again for your presentation.
Thank you.
And we are now back to Spain again. And our next presenter will be Juan José Álvarez Díaz. And he will speak about Maxima for the War in the work of Tito Livio. Please, it's your stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, but I don't speak English. So my wife is going to read my paper.
So good morning. Between the year 27 before Christus and 12 Annus Domini, the Roman historian Titus Livius wrote one of the fundamental works of Western historiography. His title is Ab Urbe Condita, literally from the founding of the city. Its length is extraordinary, since it's composed of no less than 142 books divided into decades, or groups of 10 books, which is why it's known as decades, and also as History of Rome, because in it tells everything that happened in Rome since its founding in 753 before Christus until the death of the consul Drusus in 9 before Christus. Unfortunately, of all this set of books, only 35 have survived to this day. We have evidence of the existence of the rest by some indices that have survived. The main sources of Livy are the works of historians before him, such as the Roman Quintus Claudius Quadrigarius, Valerius Antius, Marcus Tullius Cicero, Lucius Coelius Antipater, or Cato the Elder, and the Greeks Polybius or Posidonius. In his account, he misses true and fabulous facts, the reliability of some being questionable. However, Livy cites many of the sources that he used and agreed with Suetonius in the description of some historical events that recounts in the 12 Caesars. So, as a whole, it is considered the history of Rome as a valid reference that no historian can in any way disdain. Livy's style is clear and tends to glorify some characters and events, seeking to highlight those values that make the Romans a great people, being possibly the ancient historian who best expressed the enormous influence of Rome in the becoming historical of the West, and one of those that most contributed to aggrandizement of Roman history. He liked to mix true stories and with legends, tradition and myths, and make this work reading very pleasant. This aspect is fundamental to understanding the enormous popularity that his work achieved, and also the dissemination and proverbialization of many of these phrases, including some to make allusion to the war, and whose gloss is the main reason of this article. I have selected 7, and I will so according to the order in which they appear in the history of Rome. All of them are usually cited in Latin, although they are often translated for a better understanding of those who do not know this language. The Latin text included in the gloss and their version in English, this version is by several translators, come from the edition of Urbe Condita, produced at the beginning of the 20th century by the English editor William Heinemann at Harvard University, with the title Livy in 14 volumes. This work is accessible through the Perseus Digital Library Project and the Internet Archive Organization. So the first one is Vana est sine viribus ira. I also don't speak Latin. Anger without strength is fruitless. The general of an army, according to what this maxim indicates, must be prudent and not allow himself to be carried away by anger, since this is useless if he does not have sufficient means and forces to be able to face the enemy with the possibility of success. This phrase belongs to Livy's account of the famous mythological episode known as the rape of the Sabine woman, or the abduction of the Sabine woman, the which, without extending myself too much, I describe below. At the dawn of Roman history, women were scarce, and the Romans sent emissaries to other neighboring cities and towns to negotiate an authorization that could allow them to marry their maidens. But these negotiations were unsuccessful, as they were all refused. Given the situation and aware that their nation had no future if they did not have women with whom to marry and have children, the Romans, frustrated but determined to achieve their purpose, decided to use deception and force. For this, Romulus, the first king of the Romans, organized games in honor of Neptune Equestrian and invited all these neighbors to participate. The Sabines, a people who inhabited the hills near Rome, encouraged by the fun they will offer and by the curiosity of knowing the new city, came with their king, women, and children. When the games began, and upon agreed signal, young Romans pounced on their maidens who were present, and took them away, while others drove their parents and brothers who fled stunned and angry from the city. The Romans promised the Sabine women that they would live in honorable marriage, that they would dispose of all their property, have civil rights, and procreate free men. And they, having no other option, certainly assumed their destiny. Sometime later, the Sabine people of Caenina, Crustumerium, and Antemnae, which were the most affected, agreed to attack the Romans and avenge the double affront that they inflicted on them with the betrayal and kidnapping of their maidens. But time passed, and they could not make up their minds. So the men of Caenina decided to carry out an attack on Romans' territory without waiting for their allies. Romulus approached them with an army and defeated them, showing them, as Livy writes, how ineffectual is anger without strength. Over time, and thanks to the intervention of the Sabine women themselves, who did not want the confrontation between their husbands and their parents and brothers, peace was made. The Sabines became citizens of Rome, and their king, Titus Tarsius and Romulus, king of the Romans, formed a diarchy that lasted until the death of the former. Let's see the first in Latin, and then translate the paragraph that contains the phrase that we gloss. That means, but even the Cristumians and Temnates moved too slowly to satisfy the burning anger of the Caeninenses, and according to that nation invaded alone the Roman territory. But while they were dispersed and engaged in pillage, Romulus appeared with his troops and taught them, by an easy victory, how ineffectual is anger without strength. The army he broke and routed and pursued it as it fled. Their king is killed in battle and despoiled. Their city, once their leader was slain, he captured at the first assault. Second one, necessitas ultimum et maximum tellum est. Necessity is the last and the strongest weapon. A troop or military unit in desperate situation finds in its own despair the last and greatest of its resource to overcome it and even be able to achieve victory. This is what this maxim comes to point out, historically corroborated by a multitude of military actions which reproduce the wars with which the Volscian Vettius Messius encouraged his companions during the Battle of the Algidus Mount in 431 before Christus, so that they would not faint or recur before the push of the Romans. The Volsci people of ancient Italy lived scared in various towns in southern Lazio. For more than 200 years, they maintained a strong rivalry with the Romans, whom they faced on many occasions until, at the end of the 4th century before Christus, they were definitively submitted and declared Roman citizens. Livy tells that in 431 before Christus, there was a sudden uprising of the Volsci and the Aequi that caused great fear in Rome. It was necessary to resort to the lex sacrata to recruit all the men available for the war. And the two consuls, Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus and Gnaeus Julius Mento, led the army that went towards the Algidus, where the Volsci and the Aequi had been entrenched. However, the circumstances were not favorable to the Romans, as there were strong discussions between the consul and the enemies, provided to have a great strength. All this caused deep concern in the Senate, which, considering that the situation was exceptional, decided to appoint a dictator, being appointed Aulus Postumius Tubertus, who immediately ordered the Hernithi and Latins to provide him with troops. Postumius formed two great armies, one under his direct command and the other under the consul Quinctius, and marched again in search of his enemies. This, seeing that they could not defeat the Romans in the open field, decided to risk everything in a night attack against the consul's camp. Postumius, in turn, responded by attacking the Volscian camp from his position. The course of the battle changed completely, and the Volsci, surrounded by their enemies, were doomed to perish. When one of them, named Vettius Messius, began to shout at his companions to encourage them not to faint or retreat before the push of the Romans, telling them the words that we can see below, among which there are those that gave rise to the maxim that we gloss. Are you going to offer yourselves up here to the weapons of the enemy, defenseless and unavenged? To what end then you are armed? Or without provocation did you make war, turbulent in peace and sluggards in the field? What hope is there will you stand here? Do you think that some God will protect you and deliver you from this plague? It is your sword must make a way for you. Come, where you see me go before, there you must follow. If you would look at homes, parents, wives, and children, it's not wall or rampart that blocks your path, but armed men like yourselves. Encourage, you are their equals. It's in necessity, which is the last and the chiefest weapon, you are the better man. The resistance of the Volsci, enraged by the cries of Messius, was extraordinary. However, the superiority of the Romans ended up prevailing, and they managed to defeat them, being captured and sold as slaves many Volscian and Achaean soldiers. Nullum contemptu mortis telum ad vincendum homini abdis immortalibus acrius datum est. The immortal gods have bestowed on man no sharper weapon for winning victories than contempt of death. Men who are not afraid to put their lives in danger to achieve their goals usually achieve them. This idea is expressed by the Carthaginian general Hannibal in the harangue that Tito Livius put in his mouth, addressed to his soldiers shortly before starting the battle that took place near the Tignius River, a tributary of the Po. In the autumn of 218 before Christus, in this battle, the first of the Second Punic War, the Carthaginians faced a Roman army commanded by Publius Cornelius Scipio and defeated it. This harangue by Hannibal is the longest of the 7 that Titus Livius attributes to him, and this is a reflection of its importance. The Carthaginian army had arrived in Italy exhausted after a long journey through the Pyrenees and the Alps, and Hannibal needed a victory to convince the Gallic tribes to join him in his war against the Romans. He was not unaware, without a doubt, that he could succeed if his men went out to fight in rage. With absolute confidence in his strength and willing to die rather than be defeated. Titus Livius persuaded that harangues are speeches that allow the literary brilliance of their authors, build a magnificent text, considered one of the great models of the genre, which ends with this maxim. Nothing is left us anywhere except what we shall defend by force of arms. They can afford to be timid and unenterprising, who have something to fall back upon, whom their own country and their own fields will receive as they flee over safe and peaceful roads. As for you, you must be a stout-hearted man and discarding without vain regrets all hopes of anything but victory or death, either conquer or, if fortune falters, sooner perish in battle than in flight. If this idea has been firmly fixed and implanted in your hearts, let me say once more, the victory is already yours. The immortal gods have bestowed on man no sharper weapon for winning victories than contempt of death. Non semper temeritas est felix. Not always is rashness successful. In 205 before Christus, the Carthaginian army, commanded by Hannibal, continued in Italy, and despite having lost almost all its support, it continued to be a threat to the Romans. It was necessary to take the war to Africa and attack. With the support of the Medians, the Carthaginians, on their own territory, to force Hannibal to leave Italy and return to Carthage. This was the idea of the young General Scipio, whose triumphs in Spain had brought him great prestige. However, some members of the Senate, including the influential Quintus Fabius Maximus Verrucosus, opposed this plan, considering it too risky. Fabius, who had been a dictator and general, had faced Hannibal in the past, and was known for the prudent and cautious way in which he conducted himself in battles, delaying the confrontation in the open field while harassing the enemy. This tactic, later known as the Fabian tactic, earned him the nickname conductor, which is in Latin for the delayer. Fabio makes a great speech in the Senate of Rome, a new example of the enormous literary talent of Titus Livius, and among other arguments, used the opus Scipius plan. He used the phrase that we gloss, not always is rashness successful. Let's witness the part of Fabius' speech in which this military maxim appears. Carthage was taken without any interference, since not one of the 3 panic armies came to defend of their allies. The rest of your campaign, and I do not belittle it, cannot, however, be compared in any way with the war in Africa, where there is no harbor open to our fleet, no subjected territory, no allied city, no friendly king, no place anywhere to hold your ground, no place to advance, while wherever you look, the country all about you will be hostile and dangerous. Can it be that you trust Cephas and the Numidians? Let it suffice to have trusted them once. Not always is rashness successful, and tragedy seeks in small matters to ensure that trustfulness, so that when it becomes worthwhile, it may decide with great profit. Plus anime est interferenti periculum quam propulsanti. There is always more spirit in attack than in defense. Scipio responded to Quintius Fabius Maximus' speech with another of similar length and brilliance, which included in one of the paragraphs this phrase that could also become a military maxim. With it, he intended to neutralize Fabius' idea that not always is rashness successful, highlighting the importance of attacking the Carthaginians in their own homeland and recalling that if boldness and courage are important for success in battle, they are usually greater in those who attack than in those who defend. Let's look at the aforementioned paragraph below. But what is the need of calling to mind by old and foreign examples what it means to make fear an offensive weapon against the enemy and removing danger from yourself to bring another into peril? Can there be any greater and more effective example than Hannibal? A great difference it makes whether you are seeing the land of the others ravaged or your own being burned over and devastated. More spirit has the aggressor than a defender. Besides, there is a greater dread of things unknown. On entering the territory of the enemy, you have a near view of their advantage and disadvantage. Hannibal had not hoped that so many states in Italy would come over to his side and did so after the disaster at Cannae. How much less is anything in Africa to be strong and steadfast for the Carthaginians, faithless as allies, oppressive and arrogant as masters. Melior tutiorque est certa paz quam sperata victoria. Better and safer is the certainty of peace than the hope of victory. Nusquam minus quam in bello eventus responded. However, is the outcome as uncertain as in war. In 203 before Christus, Scipio wants the opposition of the Roman Senate to take the war to the Carthaginian territory had been defeated, landed in Africa with his army and began to harass his enemies. A short time later, after some minor victories, he managed, supported by Massinissa, king of eastern Numidia, to defeat them in the battle known as that of the Great Plains. It was a landslide victory. Carthage was left in a vulnerable situation, and the suffetes, the highest magistrates among the Carthaginians, ordered Hannibal to leave Italy and bring the army to his homeland to defend it. In October 202 before Christus, Hannibal and Scipio, at the head of their respective armies, met in a place near Thama, now present-day Seba, Biar, in Tunisia. The Romans had the important support of the Numidian cavalry, but the Carthaginians outnumbered them and also had 80 war elephants. However, an important part of his infantry was made up of inexperienced soldiers and mercenaries. And the latter deeply concerned Hannibal, who, failing that he would not be able to achieve victory, as it happened, tried to negotiate with Scipio. Titus Livius records this interview in which Hannibal tries to persuade Scipio using various arguments to make him see the advantages of option for certain peace and not having to face a battle whose result could easily not be the expected one. Scipio's demands were unacceptable to Hannibal, and no agreement was reached, so both generals returned to their respective camps, and the battle began shortly after. The fighting was very fierce, but the Romans managed to neutralize the elephants by opening corridors between their ranks to let them pass without being crushed, and being able to shoot them. Finally, with the decisive support of the Numidian cavalry, they prevailed over the Carthaginians and achieved victory. Hannibal's defeat was a great triumph to Scipio, who from that moment on began to be known as the African. With the Battle of Zama, the Second Punic War ended, and the decline of the Carthaginian Empire began, which would be definitively annihilated in the Third and last Punic War. Let us now see the part of Hannibal's speech that contains the two maxims that we gloss. The greatest good fortune is always the least to be trusted. In your favorable circumstance, in our uncertain situation, peace, if you grant it, will bring you honor and glory. For us, who sue it necessary rather than honorable. Better and safer is an assured peace than a victory hoped for. The one is in your own power, the other in the hands of the gods. Do not commit the success of so many years to the test of a single hour. Bear in mind not only your own resource, but also the might of fortune and the impartial God of war. On both sides will be the sword, on both sides human bodies. However less than in war do results match men's hopes. You will not add so much glory if victorious in battle to what you can now have by great in peace, as you will lose in case of any reverse. The fortune of a single hour can lay honors already won, and with them those in prospect. The conclusion is the phrases that we have seen are all of them quite well known, and some are very cited. Now we also know where they come from, and I think the time has come to ask ourselves why they became famous and proverbial. The adage, unlike the simple sayings of Proverbs, usually come from Latin text. Except for the translated versions, they have never been popular among the common people because Latin was always a cultural language, known only to ecclesiastics, nobles, humanists, and wealthy bourgeois. Among the main Latin works of classical antiquity, there are some that have always been highly appreciated due to their amenity, including Ab Urbe Condita, which, written in an elegant style, stands out greatly for the eloquence of its speeches. It is precisely these characteristics and the interest that its story always aroused that made it tremendously popular among educated people, causing that some of the phrases related to war and armies that Livy put in the mouth of great generals being frequently cited in conversation and speeches, but also included in their works by military writers, which led them to end up becoming maxims. Sorry, the work was a bit longer. We have Rudy's permission. Thank you for your comprehension.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your insight again from a special viewpoint, as you have presented very often here in Tavira. Thank you very much. And in German, vielen lieben Dank für den Vortrag, den Sie gehalten haben. Are there any questions from the audience? If not, I will have a look at the comments here. Oh, my eyes. There's a comment from Oti Lauhakangas to you. It would be interesting to compare these to later thinking in economic rivalry, which you've presented here from the older times. This is the comment from Uti, and and another comment from Fianna Carson-Williams from Ireland. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm wondering where or if this fits with the tradition in Ireland of inviting a chimney sweep to weddings for luck and of a sweep figure being present on May Day. I'm wondering where or if this fits with the tradition in Ireland of inviting a chimney sweep to wedding for luck and of a sweep figure being present on May Day. Okay. Just Finale said this was a comment from presentation before. Okay, sorry. Everything is fine. Yeah. Just also was wondering if this was really for this presentation. Okay. So, thank you again very much for your presentation. Thank you. And the diploma for the both? Will we give them the diploma or after the break? The diploma? The diploma? Okay, now then it's time for lunch and we will meet again at 2 o'clock here. See you all later.
Luís Tolzina?
Sí.
Buenísimo que estés por allá.
Sí, finalmente aquí estamos.
Bueno.
Además con noticia de que al final me operan el viernes que viene.
Ajá.
O sea que hay tiempo.
Shumirai?
Hello. How are you?
Well, and you?
Well.
It is a pleasure to see you.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that I could not come to Portugal, to Tavira.
But
I really wanted to come.
we hope that next year we will come. Okay.
Hopefully. Okay.
So, are you ready to begin?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, thank you for coming to our last or pre-last period of this colloquium, and I begin to give the floor to Professor Shumirai Nyota. Please go ahead, and Luís Tolzina will share this session from Badajoz in Spain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Proverbial greetings to everybody. That is my topic and my name. I'm presenting an ongoing research. I was motivated to carry out this study after I observed some links between some African proverbs and Sustainable Development Goals, and the Shona Proverbs too, and Sustainable Development Goals. So Shona is a language of Zimbabwe, main indigenous language that is spoken by over 75% of the population. And that is my language too. So my objectives for carrying out this study, oh my gosh. So my objectives for carrying out the study are, I want to examine the role Shona Proverbs could play in enabling sustainable development goals, and to show that link that I have observed between the Shona Proverbs and the Sustainable Development Goals. I also want to show how Shona Proverbs, as part of culture and indigenous knowledge or local knowledge that was abandoned during colonialism, can be used to communicate and promote development in the country and maybe in Africa. I also analyze now the significance of the link that I have observed between the African proverbs, in particular, Shona Proverbs and SDGs. Now, for some background information, I focus on Shona Proverbs, which together with other folklore regulated and guided lives of traditional Africans or traditional Shonas included. Folklore in all its various forms, such as proverbs, folktales, taboos, and riddles, represented the worldview of the Africans, the worldview of the Shonas and their environment. For example, folklore, it preserved social relations among the traditional Shona, something that is critical for development. So simple things like greetings will show interdependence of life among the traditional Shona. For instance, when greeting, they will take their time to find out how the next person is, like tinofara kana mchifara, translated, we are happy if you are happy. Meaning that if the next person is not happy, I'm not happy. Folklore also reveals the interconnectedness that existed between humans and their natural environment, both flora and fauna. For example, it was taboo to hoard wild fruits. Instead, people were encouraged to fetch enough, just enough for them to eat and leave for the others. It was also taboo to cut down fruit trees. There were some species of trees that were not supposed to be used for firewood, so those were not supposed to be cut as well. And still on preserving the environment was the use of animal totems, so that people will not eat an animal that was your totem. So such taboos or such folklore preserved the trees, preserved the animals, and then increase that interdependence of life and the interconnectedness between the humans and the natural environment. So the trees, the animals were preserved, and in turn, the whole environment was preserved. These examples I've given about the folklore preserving the environment show that folklore ensured a way of life that guaranteed the future. If they preserved their life then, it meant that the future generations will also be able to live comfortably. So this is an aspect that links up with sustainability or sustainable development, which stresses that the way people live today should guarantee sustainable living for future generations. In a way, this shows that Africans or the Shona are not strangers to sustainability, only that they did not spell it out. Again, the folklore I'm talking about was not scientifically proven in science laboratories, but there's no doubt that such folklore saved lives and the natural environment against degradation and pollution. However, the onset of colonialism in the 1890s disrupted this interdependence of life among people and the interconnectedness of humans and their natural environment. But the Shonas who came face to face with colonialism showed that they were confused, they didn't understand what was happening, and they could not grasp what they did not understand. Instead, we see them, for instance, composing songs to register their lack of understanding of the changes brought about by colonialism. But they are children, the first Africans to go through colonial education or Christian education, as it were, have been accused of having eroded the gains of sustainability that was enshrined in the culture, in the folk tales, in the proverbs, in all the folklore, because they abandoned the traditional ways while embracing a colonial type of living that they did not understand anyway. And we get some scholars and creative writers talking loudly about this, because these first Africans to go to school became opinion leaders. And obviously, people followed their thinking, which was not the way tradition went. So we see some scholars trying to bring them to book. For instance, Mararike accused them of mimicry of the colonizers' ways, which they did not understand anyway, while they abandoned what their forefathers understood and what had carried them. Ngugi likewise attacks their infantile imitative mentality and crass world outlook, which like borrowed robes sits uneasily on them. Some scholars went even further and suggested how such a situation could be corrected. And most of them suggest even going back to understand the indigenous or local knowledge as it was used, as it was followed in the traditional days. For instance, Cabral, whom I have indicated there, for him, African intellectuals should go back to the source and reconnect with the life of the people. Likewise, Chinese also points out that African scholars need to study, understand, and disseminate African traditions so that they can be useful in today's life. Furusa reminds us to follow Shona ancestors' advice that we should, for instance, handle strange things only after we have protected ourselves with our traditional medicine. And he uses a Shona proverb for that. So this paper I'm presenting shows that African knowledge that was at the time of colonialism abandoned has the potential to drive sustainable development, including sustainable development goals. Because we see some African proverbs, like I've said, that are linked to SDGs. But in this paper, I will just use Shona proverbs that are linked to just the 3 sustainable development goals because of the nature of the presentation. It's not that long. Now, when we look at the uses of the Shona proverb at the present moment, it is unlike other traditional folklore or art forms like riddles, taboos, folk tales. The proverb continues to play a role, either in oral or written communication, but mainly in the rural or among the rural Zimbabwean people. Have observed speeches and conversations by the elderly people. They can open their conversation or speech using a proverb and close the speech using a proverb. Politicians too. For politicians, it's all around. Those in urban areas or in rural areas, they can entice their audiences with proverbs. Preachers do the same. Our artists or creative writers also make use of proverbs, either for titles of their books, titles of their poems, titles of their songs. They sum up the content they are writing about or they are singing about using proverbs. And they also use proverbs within their works as poetic devices. I've also seen proverbs being used by rural business people, especially in naming. They can name their shops using proverbs. They can also name even their transport systems like buses or the shorter buses, which we call combis. They can name those using proverbs to show how gratitude they are to be owning businesses, to try and entice clients maybe to choose their bus against some other bus. So the proverbs are in use. However, this has not been studied a lot to see how proverbs can be used even to drive development and sustainable development. So in this study, I try and expand on the observations that I've seen. Maybe for some bit of a definition of the concept sustainable development, maybe which we are aware of as the development that aims to cater for needs of present generations with needs of future generations in mind. The needs of the poor in all nations must be met by improving their economic conditions and to protect their environment. And there's also a direct link between the economy and the environment. Therefore, whatever activities are done today should consider impact on future generations or on the environment. The agenda for sustainable development, as we all know, is its core 17 sustainable development goals that cover major challenges for people's survival. The goals aim to secure sustainable peace, prosperous and equitable life on earth for everyone, now and for the future, from UNESCO. So this paper tries to analyze that link between the Proverbs and sustainable development to see how we can make use of what was used before, and then maybe learn and unlearn, and then also work on developing ourselves. As you are aware, we are not a first world, we are not second, we are the last, the third world, or the underdeveloped world, like we are known by. Right, so the first SDG I want to analyze vis-a-vis its link with the Shona proverb or Proverbs is Sustainable Development Goal number 1, no poverty, end poverty in all its forms everywhere. And all its forms, as we know, could include lack of food, lack of shelter, a lack of resources, like for instance, for health, for education, and many other necessities of life. Now, the Proverbs I found out is that the Shona use a proverb to define what poverty is. And the proverb that they use is in Shona, Urombo Uroi, translated poverty is witchcraft. And witchcraft to the Shona and the other African traditionalists is not anything good. There is a strong belief that everything evil comes through witchcraft and it has to be eradicated. So what they are saying is poverty has to be eradicated because it is witchcraft. It is not like, but it is witchcraft to them. So according to how they view witchcraft, some researchers who have researched on that, for instance, a Roman Catholic bishop in Southern Africa who has researched on witchcraft among the Shona, points out that the Shona perceive witchcraft as the paradigm of all evil and antisocial behavior. And they readily suspect it to be able to work whenever something unpleasant or very much out of the ordinary occurs, such as serious illnesses, persistent illnesses, misfortune, including death. All these are caused by poverty. And to the Shona, all these are caused by a poverty, which is witchcraft. And they just don't end by describing poverty. They also show how to eradicate it. For instance, they advise against using borrowed tools when one wants to eradicate poverty. And there is a proverb for that. Once war or a borrowed war will not help you to till or dig your garden, because the owner can come in at any time and reclaim that war. So they advise against borrowed tools if one wants to eradicate poverty. What does one need to do? They also have a proverb for that. The proverb they have is, hands are slaves, they rest at the time of death. In other words, one has to use one's hands, or one has to work from the time one knows how to do so until death do them part. And the Shona also had ways of enticing the lazy ones to go to work, and they had proverbs for that. The lazy ones are enticed to go to work in their fields in a very clever way that does not chastise them for being lazy, by showing that the field fears a path. So there's a proverb that is translated as such: the field fears the path. In other words, you have to go to the fields, and the field will see you walking along the path, and they fear that. And what this means is that obviously the Shona knew that once the lazy goes to the field, they will do something no matter how small. And that was a proverb now that encouraged people to work in their fields. They also, there are many other proverbs that entice people to work, that also encourage people to be patient as they are working, not maybe to rush to reap where they did not sow. They have to be patient till their land up to harvest. And there are proverbs for that. And they are also encouraged to do some work, because no sweat, no gain. The forest to them will reward you after you have sweated or after you are tired. So you are to continue working. There are several proverbs that are linked to poverty, and its description, and how to eradicate it, and how to involve everybody so that everybody can eradicate poverty for themselves. The proverb, however, it can be misused at times. No, the Shona also had a proverb that showed inclusivity among the poor. The poor were to be also included in the group. The proverb goes like, a poor person is a poor person is a person. So murombo munu, yes. And that was to guard against, for instance, abusing the poor, and maybe even not listening to whatever ideas they may have. So they needed also to be brought in the discussion, be brought in whatever work was being done to eradicate poverty. However, some poor people, because they were resigned to their fate, they would use the same poverty to show that even if I'm poor, I'm a person. So the Shona knew how to counter such a behavior. One needed to be resigned. One needed to work in order to eradicate poverty, and that was sustainable living. The other proverb that I looked at that is linked to SDG is SDG number 4, quality education, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, and promote lifelong opportunities for all. The Shona have proverbs that capture all the ideas that are captured in this SDG. For instance, the first one is to do with the inclusivity and the equitable quality education. The proverb can be translated, embrace all pumpkins, they all have seeds. In other words, in education, include all the physically challenged and the able-bodied. And also linked to this proverb is laugh at disability only after you are dead. So it encourages inclusive and equitable quality education. The children who are physically challenged and the children who are able-bodied all must be considered equally, even in schools, even in this, but there were no schools then. It was the elderly people who would sit around the fire and then educate the young through, for instance, folklore, such as folk tales, riddles, proverbs, and taboos. So all of them, the elderly would embrace all the children, and then they would all learn. So that is the proverb to do with the inclusivity and equitable quality education. But like the other indigenous Africans, maybe and everybody else, as we see in the SDG, to the Shona, education was a lifelong process. Hence the project, the proverb, learning does not end. Learning does not end. Learning begins in childhood up to old age, or maybe up to death, because the old will continue learning. It was a process that empowered all individuals, inclusivity, with knowledge, values, skills, attitudes, and understanding. And that continued learning further enhanced personal development of everybody, social inclusion, and competitiveness. So that some people were known then by their skills, for instance, in hunting, their skills in food production, their skills in food processing, including many other skills. And some people would learn from them. And some proverbs to do with the education encouraged research. One needed to come up with new ideas and new things. And the proverb that they had was, anything new comes from your feet. In other words, you have to go out of your way to hunt for anything new, be there ideas or anything tangible. You had to go and do that. And they also encouraged sharing of ideas as one learned. For instance, one was advised through a proverb strongly not to just accept ideas from others. Instead, one was to weigh his or her ideas against those from others. So there were many other proverbs that I saw that are linked to the SDG on education, and you can see that they are to do with development, not just development, but sustainable, that ensures even future living. And the last proverb that I analyzed, the last SDG, sorry, that I analyzed is SDG number 16, to do with peace, justice, and strong institutions. Promote peaceful and inclusive societies, foster sustainable living, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. The Shona were aware, I think like everybody else, that conflict was inevitable. It would come at all levels, among friends, among siblings, in the family, in the village, in the community, and even beyond the community, ethnic groups, and even beyond the boundaries of the country. So it was inevitable. What mattered to them was how to manage it. Because if conflict was not managed, then development was not going to be achieved. So they managed it. And I also find that there are several problems to do with managing conflict among the Shona. For instance, the first one is to do with the dialogue. It encourages dialogue rather than violence. And Shokwarifi Queen Shona, and loosely translated, no shielding tools for words. In other words, people who are angry with each other can sit down and use words and no one is going to be injured. But if they were going to use tools to fight against each other, they will be injured, and there's no development for that. If that happens, should that happen. And they also encourage using good words rather than rough words, no matter how one was angry, because the good words will make the one who is angry with you maybe soften a bit, and then you begin to discuss and you avoid violence that way. Then they also have the proverb that encouraged justice to be pursued. The proverb is crime does not rot. So it doesn't matter how far you want to run away once you have committed a crime, or how you want to bribe once you committed a crime, then it did not work, because that crime remained attached to your name. Whenever you came back, they were going to prosecute you. So those were their institutions that made sure justice was given. And they had sort of created strong institutions that we see are also advocated for in SDGs. And the strong institutions also were created because of some proverbs that encouraged even those who presided over cause or provided over misunderstandings to respect whoever they were dealing with. And the proverb is the elderly are also expected to respect the young. That is a loose translation of that proverb. So those were the three SDGs that I looked vis-a-vis their link with Shona traditional knowledge that was practiced before colonialism. And as a conclusion, I want to say that the data that I'm finding and discussing, explaining this link, shows that the traditional Shona lived sustainably. And maybe we need to go back, like some of the scholars have said, to see what is in it that we can learn and then use for now. It was disrupted, yes, but it shows that local knowledge is the potential to drive sustainable development, including sustainable development goals. So proverbs can be used where development is being talked about, and then that can encourage people to live sustainably. the values of the Proverbs with regards to development needs to be understood, to be studied, and to be understood and to be applied for development purposes. Thank you. Those were some of the references that I used. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Nyotas. Really interesting. And it's sometimes we tend to focus on like more global issues, like looking for universalisms or whatever, and at least in my position, and we tend to forget about like how local knowledge can also be applied globally. So that's really interesting. We have a question from Uti. She asks, do you think that missionaries in the 19th century understood Shona proverbs wrongly?
Right, missionaries maybe were the ones who introduced education. Some of them, yeah, they are the ones who even recorded proverbs and all other indigenous knowledge systems, because as you know, for us, we were passing it from generation to generation orally. So the missionaries, because they were, yes, it was the Bible and then education for them, and they recorded these, the Proverbs were, for instance, the first recording of Proverbs of Shona Proverbs was done by a priest, Plunger, and in combination with a Shona traditionalist, they recorded the Proverbs. But what I have seen is I am in education, and at times I go to schools, and what I've been through learning Proverbs was that, yes, we take Amuchine and Plunger's book, and then we look at Proverbs, and we were concerned with their structure. What are they made up of? Is it the substantive and predicate? Is it the noun and the verb? And yeah, we ended up there. Unfortunately, even now, we are sort of stuck there. We are ending with the structure of Proverbs. We are not concentrating on the values that the Proverbs instilled in people, that the values that they can even instill in us today. So I would not say yes or no, the missionaries understood the Proverbs, but I would say their approach to teaching the proverb ended with just the grammar rather than the values the Proverbs instilled in people. And up to now, we are only trying to work it out now.
All right, thank you very much. I think that also answers another question by Lisa Grambon-Heranen. And she says, not that they misunderstood the Proverbs, but they use them in a different way, which I guess is what you were just explaining about the grammar and the structure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you very much. And I guess we're moving on to the next presentation. And that's by Susana Resende and Fernanda Frazao. And I apologize for my Portuguese. I really need to work on that. And I'm guessing they are there. Susana Resende is a painter, an illustrator, and a comic book author, and she graduated from the University of Lisbon and has received numerous recognitions for her work. And she's also currently developing her first graphic novel. And then Fernanda Frazao is an editor, researcher, and creator of texts of heritage and copyright cards. She's also a member of IAP, and she did a delightful presentation about the history of Tavira last night. They're going to talk about the design process of the Animal Proverbs deck of cards, which is based on autochthonous species. So whenever you're ready.
Olá, primeiro sou eu para variar. Quero dizer uma pequena coisa. I'm a publisher. That's the only things I will say in English. I'm a publisher and a researcher. And I research always, yes, but essentially the history of playing cards, Portuguese playing cards. I'm the only researcher in the area here. And I published decks of cards. Agora vou falar em português. E vocês desculpem, só para acordarem, porque vi que estavam um bocadinho assim sonolentos, vou aqui, desculpem, avacalhar a coisa. Olá, Daniel, estamos aqui. Pronto, Daniel é o marido dela. É assim, eu venho aqui para falar do baralho de provérbios de animais. Quando fizemos o primeiro baralho, que é este, que esgotou, isto foi um trabalho de mestrado de uma rapariga de design. Esgotou, eu não gosto de repetir, decidi fazer diferente. E como o PAM decidiu que queria abolir os provérbios de animais, eu decidi, já. Então, compilei todos os provérbios de animais e fiz, inclusivamente, disse logo à Susana, vamos fazer um baralho. Pronto. E o baralho está aqui, vamos fazer o livro. Vocês já verão. Entretanto, e isto a Maria João sabe, e o Rui também, uma vez na Faculdade de Letras fizeram uma partida de me chamar para uma mesa que havia uma coisa, olha, um encontro sobre provérbios que estava cheio à cunha e eu pus-me lá no cantinho porque não era nada comigo, eu só estava a assistir e chamaram-me. E peço desculpa, fizeram uma pergunta mais inteligente e inesperada da vida. Como é que se faz um baralho de provérbios? Eu não estava à espera que uma senhora professora da universidade fizesse tal coisa. E eu respondi fazendo, como tudo. E depois tive que ser mais bem educada e polida a seguir, porque eu não estava à espera de uma pergunta daquelas. Bom, eu venho aqui apresentar a Susana, com quem trabalho há muitos anos. A Susana, além de pintora, é ilustradora, faz banda desenhada, dá cursos de banda desenhada, etc. E, portanto, há muitos anos que já trabalho com ela e, durante a pandemia, fizemos para aí uns 7 baralhos. E, por isso, a maior parte está ali, há um que ainda está por imprimir e, portanto, agora ela vem falar do baralho, do livro que se vai fazer e de como trabalha o desenho para os baralhos. Pronto, eu já não digo mais nada, não vos chatei mais. Obrigada.
Boa tarde. Já que disseram o meu nome, é melhor fazer uma apresentação do meu trabalho. Portanto, artista plástica, pronto, também de ilustração. Isto foi com os trabalhos que eu fiz para o baralho que eu fiz com a Fernanda, sobre gatos e algumas raças de gatos. Esqueci-me de fazer a minha introdução em inglês. For who they are in English. So this is a presentation of my work as an illustrator and as a painter and as an artist. Here I don't have a lot of work that I did as a comic artist, but basically it's just that. It's just the way I connected my work, my artistic work, with Proverbs. So it's just that. Pronto, acabou aqui a minha apresentação em inglês. Vamos agora continuar aqui com o português, para manter aqui a tradição. Portanto, como vocês veem, aqui é um trabalho, pronto, a nível dos outros baralhos. Isto também foi a última coletiva que eu também participei. Isto já é trabalhos do Conan, e vocês veem depois a edição. Isto é alguns trabalhos que eu fiz, a nível de como ilustradora, ali como artista plástica, como banda desenhista. Aqui, pronto, sou eu a dar aulas, pronto, banda desenhada, que foi uma coisa que eu depois desenvolvi enquanto artista, acabaram por me puxar um bocadinho para a banda desenhada. O gosto de contar histórias através de imagens, que é uma coisa muito interessante. Acaba por ser um bocadinho que acontece com os provérbios, não é? Há um cariz bastante gráfico, visual, não é? Especialmente com aquilo que eu tive a possibilidade de ver mesmo nos provérbios de animais, que foi o cariz visual que existe nesses provérbios, e lá está, todas as componentes psicológicas, todas as componentes culturais que acabam por transparecer. Mas isso é outra coisa que eu depois vou já falar mais à frente. Isto para dizer que a banda desenhada acaba por ter também essa capacidade de poder contar histórias não só com palavras, mas com imagens. Esta interligação das imagens com palavras que faz a banda desenhada uma outra arte. Pronto, aqui mais alguns exemplos. E pronto, a Fernanda falou aqui dos baralhos que nós fizemos juntas aqui. Vou fazer aqui uma apresentação desses mesmos projetos que nós fizemos. Este foi, pronto, o baralho que nós começámos a fazer, só sobre gatos, e depois houve uma procura tão grande sobre cães, eu já estava farta de ouvir, então e os cães? Então não há cães? Ah, sim senhora, e fizemos. Um ano a seguir acabámos por fazer este projeto, que também foi muito interessante, onde reparar que tem o mesmo design, lá está, existe um propósito para isso, isto foi feito mais ou menos para funcionarem como um conjunto. Isto depois acabámos por fazer outros projetos, neste caso foi um projeto muito interessante de vários fotógrafos amadores de aves, e nós fizemos aqui esta apresentação dos vários... Ok, estava descentrada. Ok. Aqui foram, pronto, os diabos. As várias categorias que existem, e foi uma coisa muito interessante que eu aprendi, que foi as hostes e as várias, a hierarquia dentro dos diabos, que é uma coisa muito interessante. A imaginação humana que acabou por fazer este tipo. As ilustrações não são minhas, já são de ilustradores muito famosos, mas depois, vocês tiverem curiosidade, podem sempre ir ali atrás e ver os baralhos. Aqui, isto foi também um trabalho muito inspirado naquilo que foi a pandemia, não é? Nós estávamos a passar a pandemia, o que é que nós pensámos, especialmente a Fernanda? Por que não fazer sobre o baralho, sobre a morte? A morte, isto é, porque isto acaba por ser ilustrações, foram feitas no século XV, pelo Holbein, foram atribuídas ao Holbein. O Holbein era um pintor muito conhecido na altura. E o que é que ele fez? Ele fez várias gravuras. Este tipo de gravuras eram o quê? Eram para falar sobre a peste negra na altura, que pronto, foi bastante... marcou bastante aquela época, tal e qual como o Covid está agora a marcar esta nossa época. Portanto, acabou por haver aqui uma espécie de sinergia que nós acabamos por fazer isso mesmo. Que o mais interessante destas cartas é porquê? Porque o que é que ele faz? Ele representa a morte a vir buscar o imperador, o médico, o advogado, tudo isso. Acaba por ser quase uma metáfora de que a morte não é democrática nesse sentido. E nós achamos que fazia todo o sentido para a época que nós estamos ainda a viver e a passar. Este foi já um projeto um bocadinho diferente, já tem a ver com os azulejos já de Lisboa, e foi mesmo isso que nós fizemos, só dedicados aos azulejos de Lisboa. E, efetivamente, vou começar então a falar sobre os provérbios de animais. Isto, efetivamente, como a Fernanda já falou, surgiu através da sequência do baralho, que ela já tinha ter ficado, pronto, fora de já ter esgotado. E nós acabámos por fazer esta variante. Porquê? Porque, efetivamente, uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer... Isto foi um bocado aliar uma coisa que uma pessoa gosta e outra coisa que também acaba por me sair mais naturalmente, que é o trabalho com animais, e desenho de animais, e própria postura, como vocês já viram ali no trabalho que eu desenvolvi nos cães e nos gatos, acaba por ter uma conotação muito grande, e também uma apreciação e uma conexão com as pessoas, com as crianças, especialmente. E eu queria que esse chamariz pudesse fazer um bocadinho a ponte para que as crianças, as pessoas mais novas, pudessem também aprender um bocadinho sobre os provérbios portugueses e os animais portugueses. Então seria sempre uma 2 em 1. Conheceriam os animais autóctones de Portugal, mais a parte cultural, que é os provérbios de animais. Portanto, isto aqui, lá está, isto foi várias tentativas de encontrarmos uma linguagem que fosse aquela que a Fernanda queria transparecer para o projeto, e acabámos depois de desenvolver uma coisa mais, como vocês veem, mais dedicada ao desenho, mais dedicada ao gesto, mais dedicada a algo que fosse uma ligação um bocadinho mais direta com a expressividade do animal, não tanto com mais apetrechos, um bocadinho mais gráficos, como vocês viram em opções anteriores. Portanto, isto aqui, porque é que eu meti estas imagens? Tem a ver com a própria escolha dos projetos, ou neste caso dos provérbios, para as cartas. Como vocês já viram, eu não sou letrada nos provérbios, nem venho aqui com esse ónus. Aquilo que eu queria salientar é que melhor foram os outros participantes que falaram sobre isso, que é o cariz cultural que transparece nos provérbios. E isso acontece muito nos provérbios de animais. O animal acaba por ser um bocadinho o pretexto para falar sobre a natureza ou sobre a própria ideia na altura de como eram as pessoas, as mulheres, os homens, a cultura, até a psicologia. Isso é completamente transversal. Aquilo que me fez confusão enquanto mulher é que havia muito uma conotação negativa, digamos assim. Não acontecia só em Espanha, como aconteceu com o outro participante que falou sobre isso. Em Portugal também acontece muito isso. E eu senti muito isso nos próprios provérbios, que é aquilo que eu não queria que transparecesse. Portanto, a própria seleção dos provérbios teve em conta que eu queria que transparecessem, que fossem universais, que acabassem por falar um bocadinho ou ter uma conotação que nós conseguíssemos, hoje em dia, conseguir nos ligar, ainda fossem pertinentes para hoje em dia, para nós. Não fossem então um retrato de há 20 anos ou 50 anos atrás. Não é isso que eu queria. Pelo menos, e lá está, há a parte mais técnica que eu não posso deixar de falar, que é os próprios provérbios tinham que ser pequenos devido à própria natureza das cartas, porque são pequeninas. Portanto, só há uma certa informação que podia ser passada. Portanto, por isso é que é o que vocês veem aqui. Espero que tenha-me sido feito, tenha falado, vocês tenham percebido onde é que eu quero chegar. Isso, lá está. Vamos falar agora um bocadinho do meu processo. Este processo foi muito instintivo, que tem a ver com a própria natureza do desenho. Eu não vou propriamente estar aqui a falar sobre uma palestra sobre desenho, que era uma coisa que, neste caso, sou mais especialista na coisa do que propriamente em provérbios, mas não vos vou estar a amassar sobre isso. Mas aquilo que eu vos posso dizer é que eu não quis fazer um bocadinho como podia cair, que era uma espécie de ilustração direta dos provérbios. Não era isso que eu queria. Eu queria que as pessoas que estivessem a ler os provérbios, a própria informação do provérbio pudesse ser aliada à imagem e deixasse o resto para a imaginação de quem estivesse a ler. É isso que eu lá está, eu queria fazer. Portanto, o que vocês vão ver agora vai ser o meu próprio processo, um processo instintivo. É um bocadinho diferente daquilo que, eu não sei se alguém aqui teve algumas vezes aulas de desenho, se calhar não. Tem ali uma ali atrás que sim, também. Então vocês sabem que há muitos processos e muitos métodos de fazer o desenho. Existe um método muito, neste caso, orientado a nível de dimensões e proporções, e há outro muito mais instintivo e muito mais, neste caso, eu acho que a palavra instintivo diz tudo, espero eu, que é um bocadinho diferente e é uma coisa que não é propriamente vista, pelo menos na parte académica e desenvolvida em escolas de desenho. Mas pronto, o que eu mostro aqui é um bocadinho, isto lá está, isto é feito muito rapidamente, isto para vocês perceberem o cariz instintivo do próprio desenho. Porque, lá está, para eu poder fazer um trabalho que pudesse transparecer o próprio cariz do animal, vocês pudessem sentir o animal na carta, tenho que passar por este processo. Não tenho obrigatoriamente, mas para mim foi necessário. Isto acaba por ser um bocadinho o outro lado da cortina e vocês poderem ver o meu processo. Obviamente que isto é um desenho muito rápido, isto aqui acaba por ser, para aí o máximo são 6 minutos, o original. e isto é só um apontamento da própria expressividade do animal. E este, por acaso, até nem entra nas cartas, mas é só um exemplificativo do meu processo, para vocês verem. E pronto, e é isso que eu queria. Eu queria que as cartas falassem pelo desenho e falassem pela mensagem que está contida nos provérbios. Basicamente, é uma coisa extremamente simples, mas também acho que também é extremamente rica por isso mesmo, pela simplicidade. E pronto, vocês veem, é tudo muito... lá está, que isto está feito 2 vezes mais rápido. Já vão ter a oportunidade de poderem fazer as perguntas todas. E pronto, e vocês podem ver um bocadinho aqui a natureza da coisa. E a partir daí, depois foi só... como é que isto foi feito efetivamente? O próprio conceito das cartas foi importante definir o que é que iria para cada naipe. Para quê? Para que visualmente existisse uma capacidade de poder apreender os próprios provérbios de uma forma mais fácil. Nós também aprendemos visualmente, não só lendo, mas vendo. E neste caso, tendo a distribuição dos provérbios, neste caso dos naipes, sendo dedicada a um grupo de animais específico, era muito mais fácil para quem estivesse a jogar e a ler. Foi isso também o objetivo de termos definido um certo grupo de animais para cada naipe. A diferença deste baralho para outros baralhos é que todas as 54 cartas são com desenhos originais. Que basicamente, e não é o que acontece. O que acontece geralmente quando estamos aqui a falar de um baralho que é de colecionador. Não é para quem joga, é de colecionador. E a diferença entre este baralho e o dos outros, e digo este e digo todos os outros que nós desenvolvemos com apenas livros, foi que todos eles são todos diferentes. Não existe uma hierarquia onde temos do 2 ao 10 que sejam, um grafismo um bocadinho mais simples e depois que as cartas reais ou as cartas do as, o rei, a dama e o valete fossem com um grafismo um bocadinho mais preeminente. Não. São transversalmente todas importantes. Portanto, acaba aqui. Espero que tenham gostado. Entra aqui a fase, vocês, se quiserem perguntar alguma coisa, estejam à vontade. Peço desculpa, ainda falta mais uma coisa, que é aquilo que vocês estão a ver. Nós quisemos fazer, a Fernanda quis depois desenvolver uma coisa muito gira, que é pegar no resto dos provérbios todos que haviam, porque vocês podem saber e sabem mais que eu que há muitos mais provérbios do que 54 provérbios, certo? Com animais. Portanto, o que é que nós tentámos fazer? Tentámos fazer um livro que pudesse abranger todo o resto dos outros provérbios num só livro, onde pudesse também, como vocês podem ver, o grafismo das cartas vai continuar com este livro. E este acaba por ser o primeiro vislumbre daquilo que vai ser um livro. Espero que gostem.
There are no questions on YouTube, and I don't know if there are any questions there, but I do have one. Oh, sorry, I think there's a question in the room.
Muito obrigada por esta apresentação. E, de facto, uma imagem vale 1000 palavras. Eu só gostaria de perguntar, enfim, eu penso que eu disse no seu discurso, mas gostaria que concretizasse, se for possível, que às vezes é difícil, a relação da imagem com o provérbio. Como foi feita essa escolha, aleatoriamente, ou porque tinham, por exemplo, em relação a gatos ou a cães, têm muitos, não é? E, portanto, como é que foi adicionado para cada carta? Eu ainda não as vi todas, mas como é que adequaram ou ajustaram esse provérbio? Foi por sensibilidade, foi por intuição, foi por aleatoriamente?
Aqui peço desculpa, vocês... felizmente estão a ouvir. Aqui o objetivo era mesmo transparecer as raças. era importante para nós podermos fazer uma representação fidedigna das nossas raças portuguesas. Isso era extremamente importante. Portanto, houve também um cariz intuitivo, obviamente, mas existia também a vontade de poder representar o animal no seu habitat natural e na sua própria expressão. Os gatos que vocês têm aí foi um conceito completamente diferente. E isso aí acaba por puxar um bocadinho aos donos dos animais que conseguem, espero eu, conseguem ver os seus próprios animais ali representados. Essa conexão emocional com o animal, tanto de gatos para cães, está aí foi o conceito que foi explorado aí.
Obrigada, sim.
Okay, I just wanted to know, is the deck available for purchase?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's in. It's on the site. It's apenaslivros.com. Sim, sim.
Can it be shipped to Spain?
Can it? Yes, yes. She's saying yes, okay. So I think it is.
All right.
Yes.
I'll make sure I check it out. I'm interested in this. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mais alguma pergunta? No? Okay. Então.
All right. Thank you very much. And the last presentation.
Just a minute. I want to say something. When I made the first Proverbs deck of Proverbs, I think it was the third in the world with Proverbs. There was a German one, old, and the other one I don't know now. So this is the fourth that I know, the fourth deck of Proverbs in the world. This is strange, but it's true. Okay.
I'll have to buy myself one of those decks. All right, thank you very much. And the last presentation in this block is by Marinela and Ruiz Suarez. And I'm pretty sure everyone is familiar with them, everyone knows them well. So they are honorary members and founders of IAP, and pretty much the reason why we're all here today. Super easy to introduce them here, but let me tell you that it's with great honor that I'm doing so. In the presentation, they wonder, will Proverbs be poor relatives in this millennium? And I really hope they turn out to be the rich relatives for all we care. So when you're ready.
Muito boa tarde. Good morning, good evening for all outside. I am speaking Portuguese, but I have particularly a translator that prepared the abstract about that, but the work is for both. Ora, a pandemia, como foi dito anteriormente, trouxe-nos de facto um lado positivo, porque levou-nos a fazer outros trabalhos que não eram pensados antes, no caso da apresentação anterior. No nosso caso, o ano passado, trouxemos de facto alguns provérbios na comunicação social em Portugal, mais ouvidos nos diversos canais televisivos, e começámos, enfim, essa recolha. Este ano resolvermos dar alguma continuidade para termos, enfim, uma amostra significativa enfim, pequena investigação que estamos a fazer. E porquê o título serão os provérbios parentes pobres neste milénio? Neste milénio porque, enfim, eu diria que não, mas ainda não tenho a resposta certa. Até porque há uns anos atrás, quando entramos nesta aventura, para mim foi uma aventura e penso que para nós e para alguns de nós esta foi de facto uma aventura, porque éramos apenas curiosos em provérbios, ou porque ouvíamos em casa, ou porque líamos, mas não porque não somos, ou porque não somos linguistas, porque cabia há uns anos atrás aos linguistas, e lembro professores que eu tive também, professores de latim, e portanto no liceu, e lembro-me que eles falavam de provérbios, não é? E portanto isso vai ficando registado nas nossas memórias e nos nossos neurónios. E agora, de facto, eu começaria por dizer uma proverbialidade. Não direi que é um provérbio, mas uma proverbialidade. O desafio dado, provérbio encontrado. Esse desafio dado foi, de facto, a pandemia que nos deu este desafio, de olhar para a televisão com outros olhos e ouvir o que diziam com outros olhos. E porque os provérbios estavam, quanto a mim ou quanto a nós, em nosso entender, adormecidos, porque as escolas deixaram, a nível de primária, de secundária, deixaram de falar nisso, eles estavam adormecidos. Eu até diria que estavam enevoados, havia muitas nuvens, estavam cinzentos e, de facto, não houve vento que os levasse. Mas penso que este milénio, não sei se por a associação existir, eu penso que teve uma pontinha de culpa, no bom sentido, de trazer, de afastar essas nuvens, esse cinzento, e trazer mais a claridade e o céu mais azul para o universo, neste caso, os provérbios, como são universais, e eles têm, deixou de ser, quanto a mim, algo que os linguistas possuíam, mas ele teve, de facto, atravessou outras áreas do conhecimento. E, enfim, tivemos aqui a anterior, relativamente à imagem, não é? Que é fundamental, quanto a mim, nos provérbios. Na área militar, que muito nos honra ter sempre a investigação bem rigorosa do nosso amigo e colega e paramiólogo, diria também, Goan Alvarez, e outras áreas, não estão aqui médicos, mas também passa. Vamos ter a apresentação de um livro a seguir, de uma psicóloga, que traz a terapia através dos provérbios, portanto, ela vai apresentar, mas não só, ela introduz a parte musical, porque tem a felicidade de ter essa componente também no seu background. E como a sabedoria milenar é cada vez maior e a nosso entender é nos dias de hoje uma grande sabedoria, e porque eu penso que vai deixar de ser, pelo menos nos tempos que aí vêm, deixar de ser o tal parente pobre, aquela expressão que nós portugueses dizemos. É parente pobre, é aquele que minimiza, é aquele que deixa em baixo, não é? E eles estão a vir à ribalta. E estão a vir de uma maneira que muitos eruditos já esconderam há muitos anos. E agora eles, de facto, surgem. E todo esse trabalho que nós estamos a ligar à comunicação social, eu começaria também por dizer que é necessário refletirmos sobre os velhos paradigmas por forma a que se experimentem mudanças às formas tradicionais e que sejam reconhecidas na promoção de uma literacia proverbial que englobe novos conhecimentos e novas aprendizagens. E como sou da área da educação, fui buscar quanto a mim, um dos melhores ministros da Educação que tivemos depois do 25 de Abril, que foi Roberto Carneiro, e talvez porque ele é um homem do Oriente e abriu outras portas aqui no Ocidente. E como nós também em Portugal fomos abrindo portas por esse mundo fora, ele diz, ligado à educação, e que eu introduzo aqui também ligado à paramiologia, que a sociedade educativa do novo século é imperativamente uma sociedade de aprendizagem sem fronteiras nem limites. E como nos disse numa outra apresentação ontem, de Glauner, dizia que, num dos provérbios, que todo o bom senso do mundo corre para os provérbios. E aqui... Podes ir passando, então faz favor, posso ver ali. E aqui eu resumo aqui, portanto, a metodologia, digamos assim, do trabalho. Há uma continuidade na recolha dos provérbios e digo que, e posso dizer agora com alguma atenção sobre isso, de que os provérbios estão a ser muito utilizados, sobretudo na área política. E depois, na área da saúde, a área da educação aparece ainda cá para baixo, mas pessoas ligadas à política, pessoas ligadas à saúde estão a introduzir muito a sua literacia proverbial, diria. E, portanto, será que são parentes pobres? Não, eu penso que não é só a voz do povo, todos nós seremos povo, não é? Mas, de facto, não é só na ruralidade que esses provérbios estavam. Eles ficaram lá, mas vieram para cima. Eu penso que havia alguma timidez, talvez, para não dizer outras palavras, alguma, talvez, timidez ou alguns medos também de se falar em provérbios, em determinadas classes, entre aspas, sociais. Agora não. E a pandemia trouxe esse lado positivo, no meu entender ou no nosso entender. Portanto, aqueles que menosprezavam os provérbios vêm agora lembrá-los e assertivamente. E eu, portanto, podes passar, faz favor. E, portanto, há de facto aqui um crescimento na linguagem, e estou só a falar de canais televisivos, aleatórios. O que é certo é que já começa a ver que algumas estações televisivas portuguesas, alguns canais, utilizam mais os provérbios em diferentes programas, desde debates políticos, sobretudo em programas de informação, onde convidam imensos políticos, não é, e jornalistas também, e comentadores, e depois começa a haver em programas de entretenimento também alguma alusão aos provérbios. Podes passar, A metodologia é o reconhecimento do que é provérbio, porque nem todos serão provérbios, portanto nós estamos a fazer essa recolha, ainda não fizemos bem essa identidade, eu diria até expressões proverbiais nesta primeira fase, depois a contextualização, anotando e sabendo quem são os tais informantes, e virá depois essa análise da amostra que possamos tirar. Vamos ver se no próximo ano já podemos fazer isso. Aqui está muito pequeno, mas aqui é uma matriz em que se foram postas as expressões proverbiais que vão aparecendo. Eu tenho aqui a minha cábula, não é? Não se vê, eu sei que é difícil, mas não é para verem propriamente os provérbios, é para verem a matriz para já que está a ser feita, não é? E, portanto, essa matriz que está aí realizada aponta o provérbio e, curiosamente, eu já tenho uma lista de cerca de 200 provérbios desde o ano passado, desde março de 2020, desde o dia 16 de março de 2020, que começámos a fazer isso. Claro que haverá um dia ou outro que não tenho, mas depois tenho uma ou outra pessoa que ouviram e que me telefonam e vai-se registando. que não são todos quase que diferentes. Ainda é raro encontrar o mesmo provérbio e, portanto, aparecerá 2 ou 3 vezes o mesmo provérbio. Eu agora não tenho aqui toda a análise feita sobre isso, porque também não era essa a intenção, mas o que é certo é que aparecem alguns que estavam mesmo muito perdidos e vêm ao de cima. E aparece, por exemplo, este patrão fora dia santo na loja. Este foi retirado foi numa das televisões da SIC, e em que a série televisiva tinha a ver com um teatro de revista, e, portanto, aí nós encontramos com alguma frequência um ou outro, ou uma ou outra expressão. Depois também temos deitar cedo e cedo erguer. Essa também foi nessa mesma revista. O que é certo é que esta estação televisiva, por estranho que pareça, porque é privada, está a trazer, de facto, muitos provérbios. E os jornalistas e os políticos, então agora que tivemos a época de eleições, na altura da campanha, foram imensos. Não houve nenhum deputado que não utilizasse provérbios, em todos os partidos políticos. Portanto, e alguns jornalistas também utilizavam com muita frequência. Eu sei quem são porque escrevi, e também depois aparecem na área do desporto. No desporto, às vezes, aparecem desconstruídos, mas com alguma intenção. E, portanto, depois vão buscar o provérbio. Por exemplo, escrever direito por linhas tortas tem a ver com... Foi utilizado por um dos comentadores na CMTV, porque é uma estação que dá muito sobre o desporto, e o comentador foi quando houve um jogo de futebol do Benfica, a propósito de uma lesão de um jogador, o Sperovic, ter saído e ter dado entrada a outro jogador, o Gonçalo Ramos. Portanto, houve troca, não gostaram muito, e, portanto, mas como este que foi substituir o outro fez boa figura, o comentador disse logo, não, escreve direito por linhas tortas, ou seja, não disse aquele provérbio que Deus escreve direito por linhas tortas, mas neste caso o Jesus, que é o treinador, tinha escrito direito por linhas tortas. Pronto, ótimo. Esta é uma das situações. Depois o Rui fará o resumo, enfim, não destes casos muito particulares, mas de qualquer modo fará o resumo de todos os, enfim, do que aqui foi dito. E podes passar. Depois aparecem também alguns relacionados ao tempo. Aliás, houve numa das primeiras comunicações que foi apontado que é importante, ou que são importantes os provérbios na natureza. De facto, em Portugal já existem coleções enfim, que vêm já de Vasconcelos, não é? E, portanto, da revista Lusitana, e, portanto, aí encontramos muitos provérbios, principalmente no norte e no centro, nas beiras, mas, sobretudo, no norte de Portugal, muitos provérbios ligados à natureza, portanto, ao vento, ao sol, à chuva. Portanto, nós já tínhamos em século XIX e século XVIII, e se formos ao livro da Lourdes Patrício, embora ligados ao teatro, vamos encontrar um ou outro, não é, do Jorge Vasconcelos e outros, mas a revista Lusitana dá-nos, de facto, uma boa coleção etnográfica. E, portanto, não é novidade para nós, porque somos um país também com uma diversidade de tempo muito grande, e de paisagem e de cenários, e existe também já no século XX um meteorologista que Na altura ninguém dava por nada, porque não se falava em provérbios, não é? Eles estavam bem escondidos e não era, eu diria em bom português, não era bem falar-se em provérbios. E de facto, esse meteorologista dedica o livro aos provérbios ligados sobretudo ao mar e ao vento. Aliás, nós, associação, este ano, no princípio deste ano, pediram-nos um desafio, porque havia uma associação, e há na zona da Costa Vicentina, ligado ao teatro também, e estavam a trabalhar os provérbios na área do teatro sobre o vento. E pediram-nos auxílio nessas expressões proverbiais. E então nós fomos, de facto, recorremos a um ao outro de Vasconcelos e também recorremos a este livro do meteorologista Costa Alves. E ajudámos até a encontrar alguma coisa similar, principalmente em provérbios que conseguimos encontrar na língua inglesa, mas sobretudo na costa da Grã-Bretanha e, portanto, toda aquela costa, parte da Irlanda, que também tem algo muito ligado à tempestade, ao mar, e em Espanha também há fontes muito preciosas ligadas ao mar e ao vento. E nós, enfim, a Costa Vicentina, a zona de Sagres e tudo isso, e então fizemos esta pequena cooperação, colaboração com aqueles. Portanto, esse tipo de ligação e então em termos de ruralidade, nós temos imensos provérbios e eu às vezes também me questiono porque mais provérbios ligados à zona rural se nós fomos sempre voltados para o mar. O que é certo é que o Rui fez aqui há muito tempo uma estatística, porque aí cabe-lhe a ele esse trabalho, que existem cerca de 80% de provérbios ligados à ruralidade e mais ou menos 20% ligados, mais ou menos, não é? Naquela altura, ligados ao mar. Mas o que é certo é que Camões também já introduz algo, não diria que fosse provérbio, mas uma expressão ligada, não me lembro agora o canto, será canto quinto, penso, mas não me lembro. Agora não me recordo, teve uma branca. Não, mas pronto, também não era importante, era só para chamar a atenção que de facto também já nos Lusíadas, para quem é da área, poderá também explorar isto dará também a intenção também é a parte formativa e sobretudo levar às escolas e não só, à formação de professores que tanta falta faz esta área, porque aí podem ser tratados nas diversas vertentes, quer linguísticas, quer da parte sociológica, quer psicológica, quer cognitiva, etc, etc. E educativa e didática. E, portanto, eu estou de acordo ou estamos de acordo com um livro de uma professora da Universidade de São Paulo, que neste momento já é eméritos, mas que Maria de Lourdes Gonzaga Oliveira, em que ela, na página 439, diz algo que é o seguinte, e daí vai ao encontro da minha pergunta como título, no início da nossa conversa. E eu vou ler em português do Brasil, porque fiz a transcrição. Registramos a atualidade do provérbio. Ele comparece hoje nos discursos mais diversos, nas classes sociais de todos os níveis e é empregado quase sempre sem crítica ou questionamento, tanto por pessoas pouco escolarizadas quanto por aquelas intelectualizadas ou eruditas. E estou já a terminar. Acho que é isso. com uma frase também que encontrei do Wittgenstein, que diz que os limites da minha linguagem são os limites do meu mundo. Muito obrigada.
All right, thank you very much. Hopefully you can fix the issues with the microphone, because we have a question from Lisa Grambon Heranen. She asks, could it be possible when we wear our proverb glasses, we see, read more and more proverbs everywhere?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, sorry. So do you think it's possible that when we're wearing our proverb glasses, that we see or read more and more proverbs everywhere?
Of course, that we have lots of areas that can be covered by proverbs, other proverbs, and when we are collecting those proverbs in the television, mainly in television, they cover other areas that were not referred here, and it was very difficult just to compile all them, because we are just at the beginning. No, we began last year, but of course that most of them must be present in the final research. And I think that also during this colloquium, several presenters have done their own vision about the use of proverbs and the different areas that we listen from different countries, from different presenters. So I think that what we want to tell you is mainly that at the beginning, really, as Marinella said, the proverbs were some kind of property from linguistics. And nowadays, we have in our association and in different presentations, people that are coming from a big spectrum of professions, that finally they begin to connect their own research areas with proverbs. Today, I think that you can be, how can I say, it will be very easy nowadays to discover different professions that never have thought about the connection between proverbs and their own specialities, and now they begin just to say, okay, now I can profit this proverb and explain a little more. Today, Gouin justamente presented some very nice and interesting connections with the origin and the explanation, because sometimes we don't know about this, and the misunderstanding of the use of proverb is much more on the mind of each of you than the proverb itself can tell or can explain.
All right, that was a great explanation. It's a coffee break, right?
Maria João wants to make a question.
Oh, sorry.
It's only to say that Rui went to television to speak about proverbs, and this is very important too, because our association was all over Portugal, so it's important to say. And
thank you for your help. Tomás?
Thank you, Rui and Marinella. You were wonderful as ever. I also don't have besides looking for the passage in Os Lusíadas where there is a proverb, which I think there are many actually, now that I'm thinking of it, but I have a comment, which is, it was rather appropriate that Marinella quoted Wittgenstein, because Wittgenstein is perhaps the foremost philosopher of language in the 20th century, and he really believed that what we cannot say, we cannot think, and we cannot, so, and he had that quote that you quoted, that the limits of our world are our language, but he also had a quote that sometimes what you cannot say, you can whistle, and sometimes proverbs are a bit like whistling. So, thank you again.
Thank you.
Continuing what Thomas said, I had also this impression that proverbs are like lenses, and we need lenses. Sometimes some people doesn't need so much. I think we are a group that need a lot, and I think we are biased in a certain way, which is fine. But also I think that if you have a hammer in the hand, you see everywhere the nail. So if we have these lenses, then we can see wisdom, which is encapsulated in Proverbs. It's referring to this comment from the question. So thanks a lot, and I just got realized about this function of lenses, which I appreciate, and thank you for that.
Thank you. And I don't know if it will be possible for you to show those works here, that maybe most of our associates and other persons know that one concern of our association is just to go to different situations to provoke not only the connection between proverbs and different arts like are here in the room, but mainly because when we are doing this, it is one strategy to put people thinking about how they can put in one image, like have done Susanna or other art, to put what are in their mind about that expression, the proverb. So I think that is very important, because not only about drawings, very well done, but as Susanna explained it, sometimes it's very difficult, because lots of studies they must do to understand the face of the animal or the behavior of that animal, and also really in this case the art they are using to make this kind of paintings that are around our and finally to say that another exhibition very interesting was really done with one mental association that really connected the universal rights just into proverbs, and we have made one very nice book with these persons on that association. So this is our main concern, is just to provoke everybody in their own areas to make the connection, explaining this kind of connection. Thank you.
All right, coffee break then. It's hard because I'm not there, so I believe it's a 20-minute break, right?
Thank you, Luis Tosina, by your cooperation in such conditions that most of you know. But good luck, and remember that when you have your own wishes, we have the power just to support all these things that happen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello? Let me introduce briefly our friend and the author of the book you can see there. It's about Proverbs and psychotherapy, and this is a very good book because at least it is written in 2 languages. And also it is good for the market, because if there is only 1 language, the market will be reduced. So I don't have much more words about Christina, because on the book you can read the curriculum of Christina, and just I think that if you want to present yourself saying something more, please, feel free. Okay, so let's go directly to the presentation. Thank you very much, Christina, for coming.
Thank you all. Thank you, Rui. I don't know if I will do it in English or in Portuguese, so maybe 50-50. I will begin with this front of the book that has the names that turned it possible. You know Rui Soares. This book has 3 forewords, so Rui Soares did the presentation. Wolfgang Mieder, you all know, he did a foreword, and another by Professor António Branco Vasco. It's a Portuguese professor of the psychology of the University of Psychology in Lisbon, and whose model I use to guide in this journey with Proverbs. Then we have photos from a Poema Calheiros, the artist of the photos of the book, and myself, I composed some bars of music to illustrate some proverbs, a challenge from Rui Soares too. So, Proverbs, now they are in English, so I'm going to talk in Portuguese. Eu estabeleci algumas emoções básicas, surpresa, nojo, alegria, zanga e medo, e colecionei alguns provérbios. Não estão aqui todos os que estão no livro, aqui estão só alguns exemplos de provérbios referentes a emoções. So in the book there are a lot of more proverbs for each emotion. Here are only some examples. Then I talk about the proverbs. I'm not a researcher on proverbs, but I noticed that there are some, I would say, closed proverbs, provérbios fechados, que serão aqueles que estabelecem um conselho, uma ordem muito fechada e que não deixam a abertura para outra coisa. Mas para cada um desses provérbios, normalmente há um que diz exatamente o contrário. Daí que, no seu conjunto, eles acabam por ser dialéticos e sintéticos no seu todo, porque se um diz uma coisa, haverá outro que diga o contrário. So I have some examples of the ones that say we can take it as a thesis, others that we take as antithesis, out of sight, out of mind, but then absence makes the heart grow fonder. And I will choose as a synthesis, absence extinguishes small passions and excites big ones. So in the book there are more examples of proverbs that state a thesis, an antithesis, and a synthesis. So here it's a bit confused, I think, but as you are not psychologist, except for one colleague of mine that I found, Marius. I tried to explain here, let's see, no. Yes. No. I think I put probably, okay. It's on the trousers. No. Well, no problem. Here I put a kind of suffering and confused selves. It's an example. The real self can be this one or that one. I imagine like that. A bit confused, and then a self evolved after psychotherapy, which leaves us here with the psychotherapeutic process, with techniques, and according to António Branco Vasco, therapeutic techniques are forms of potentially restorative therapeutic communication. So, as técnicas psicoterapêuticas são formas potenciais de restaurar uma comunicação. I see Proverbs as life readers and common sense counselors. In that sense, if we all, or the therapist or the patient, know some Proverbs, we can have a common language. So this can be also a therapeutic technique used as so. Portanto, os provérbios podem ser utilizados como técnica terapêutica para este processo terapêutico, uma vez que são uma linguagem comunicacional comum, ou podem ser, não quer dizer que sejam, mas podem ser entre terapeuta e paciente. Now, lighter part, the music one. So I have a game. You see 4 colors and 4 proverbs. Then I will play, they will play 4 music, 4 little pieces of music. And the idea is that without the words, because they are not sang, they are a chorus, but not the words. Without the words, you can feel something that you can see, well, perhaps this music is to this proverb. Let's see if it's possible. One noticed I wrote the music to the proverb in Portuguese. So if it was sang, the rhythm is with the proverb in Portuguese, not in English. You may think a little bit, and then I will pass. Then I will give the answers. It's not a correct answer, it's my answer. It would be possible others. It's my vision of the proverb, sorry. What it could be. Then we'll hear it again. Another. And another one. I would say this one is very easy. So here the answer. And now that you are experts, we'll do it another 4 proverbs, because I have 8 in music, so we'll do it. There's no D there. He left. Okay. So now we have another group of 4 proverbs, and we'll hear 4 musics. Another one. Yes. Yes. I only have guesses in Portuguese. Why that? Another one. Now I can't say, because there are only leaves one. Next one. That's the devil one. So here, the letters disappeared. But we will hear them. So the model I use, it's an integrative model of Professor Branco Vasco. Why is it integrative? Because he comes, he doesn't think about a diagnosis with depression or else. Of course, there are, and we know it. But the model makes no distinction of what the illness or the problem is. And no attention to the model the psychotherapist uses. If it's behaviorism, psychodynamic, systemic. So this is a question of the psychotherapist and not the model. That's why it's an integrative model, because it talks about the phases of the process, no matter what other variables. So he states 7 polarities of 14 dialectic psychological needs. Prazer e dor é a primeira. Isto significa, vão dizer, mas nós não temos necessidade nenhuma de ter dor. Pois nós não temos necessidade nenhuma de ter dor, mas a dor existe. E, portanto, o que nós temos é a necessidade de dar sentido à dor. De perceber de onde é que ela vem, porque está, e só assim, se ela for ouvida, é que ela se pode ir embora. E é tão importante dar sentido à dor como dar sentido ao prazer. Por isso é que são 7 polaridades de 14 necessidades dialéticas. O mesmo com a proximidade e a diferenciação. Todos nós temos necessidade de proximidade dos que nos são mais queridos, mas também temos necessidade de diferenciação no sentido em que temos que saber a nossa identidade e sabermos quem somos. E quanto mais diferenciados somos, no sentido de saber quem somos, mais facilidade, menos receio teremos de nos aproximar daqueles de quem gostamos. E assim por diante, produtividade e lazer, controle e cedência de controle ou cooperação, atualização e tranquilidade, atualização no sentido, por exemplo, de informação e de aprendizagem, é tão necessário como também é necessário perceber que agora já sei o suficiente disto, posso ir para o outro campo, estou tranquila com aquilo que sei. Coerência do self, incoerência do self, no sentido que é tão importante nós termos a consciência de que somos coerentes entre aquilo que pensamos, que sentimos e que fazemos, como temos que ter alguma tolerância para determinadas incoerências. Porque nós todos temos momentos de incoerência em que pensamos uma coisa, fazemos outra e agimos de outra maneira, não é? Pensamos e sentimos. E isso pode existir, e muitas vezes existe, em pequenos períodos. Aliás, eu diria que pode sempre existir em pequenos períodos ou em pequenas doses. Isto é sempre uma questão de intensidade, frequência, portanto, se a intensidade é muita, a frequência tem que ser menor. Se a frequência é muita, a intensidade tem que ser menor. Para que nós possamos ter um sentido de coerência do self. E, finalmente, autoestima e autocrítica, no sentido em que é tão importante nós sabermos preservar a nossa autoestima como sermos capazes de autocrítica. E não é por dizerem mal do nosso trabalho que nós deixamos de ser quem somos ou de nos sentir quem somos. Portanto, a autocrítica não pode ser um motivo, sobretudo a heterocrítica, a crítica dos outros não pode ser um motivo para que percamos a nossa autoestima. A nossa autoestima é um amor incondicional de nós por nós próprios. So I did it in Portuguese because they were written in English, but this model states that it's not the middle that it's right, it's the capacity of giving meaning to pain, for instance. Nobody wants pain, but pain exists. So it's the capacity to give meaning to pain is so important as the capacity to give meaning to pleasure. The capacity to be myself and to be aware of who am I and defend my rights is so important as the capacity to be with others and to respect others. So it's not a question of middle, it's a question of balancing depending on the situations. So now we'll have the photos of a poema Calheiros, and the proverb I choose to illustrate the seven polarities. Here I choose there is no rose without thorns, because in fact the pleasure would be the rose, the thorns would be the pain, and there isn't one without the other. And the music is this one. So this music begins, in my view, in a mood slow and more consonant, if we want, and then at the end, it's a bit strange, slightly strange, and it would represent the thorns. Could you put it again, please? These two chords, final chords. Proximity and differentiation. Tell me who your friends are, and I will tell you who you are. It's true and it's not true, of course, because of course we tend to be with others that think alike or that do things alike, but they would not tell me who I am. So there's one of the proverbs that tells one thing, but it's not, he illustrates the proximity, but he does not illustrate well the differentiation. You can put the music. So here, I finished that. I could finish in another way, but I finished on the air because it's not completely true. That's what I wanted to last. It would be if only who am I defines myself, who I go with defines myself. I think not. This is an easy one. You can put it, please. It doesn't stop, so it's clearly evoking productivity and not leisure. This one. The next one, I can explain it first. It begins in a complex way, it seems, and then it finishes with one note. So when we want a lot of things, sometimes we lose all, and it's almost nothing. You can put it, please. And this last one would not be heard, but the program read the note. It's a liaison not to hear, but it doesn't make it. So there will be 2 proverbs for actualization tranquility, because I began with this one, which reminds me that when we know a lot of things, so actualization, we may be calm. But then, after doing the music compose the music to the proverb, I thought that many people think, and myself too, of this proverb as a proverb of fear. Appearances are not what we always may think. It may be calm, but on the bottomless, the water may be very frightened, very dark, and people may be afraid of the water, and at the surface it's calm. So then I did another music to the same, but let's hear this one. This is the calm water. Deepness of the well. So I choose then this one, Living and Learning, with the magnificent photograph of DNA. That's why I choose this at the end for the slideshow. It was inspired from this photo. Living and learning as a more accurate example of actualization and learning as an activity. more the side of actualization, less the side of tranquility. Coherence of self, incoherence of self. I choose this proverb because then sometimes things are not what they actually seem, and this proverb, this music, I don't know if you noticed. There are a music, Gregorian chant, and Berlioz used it, the leitmotif of this music. So it's heard in some symphonies. It's not absolutely mine. It's worked because it's Dies Irae, Dies Illum, and you may recognize this musical phrase. And then self-esteem, self-criticism, and even the best horse stumbles. So we may criticize ourselves, we may stumble, we may fall down, no matter what. If we love ourselves unconditionally, we are here, we are who we are, and you can criticize ourselves, and there's no problem. Life goes on. So the rhythm changes at the end because the horse stumbles. So the other part of the main model is that established that there are 7 phases of the therapeutic process. Each phase have 5 objectives. In the book, there are 5 proverbs to illustrate the objectives. Here, I only put the one that I choose to illustrate the phase. So the first phase, obviously, it's when the process begins, and we want to build a relationship. We want to build hope and to build trust. So the proverb I choose, enquanto há vida há esperança, while there is life there is hope, it's a proverb of hope. Then phase 2, increasing awareness of self and experience. I choose this proverb because we all have hidden cats somewhere. This one is very interesting because sometimes there are people that do some therapeutic things, and they, for instance, someone that is afraid of snakes, and then through a program, they manage to put their hands into a snake, and they can say, or the snake is not a snake, or me, am not me, I am not me, because it would be impossible 6 months earlier, for instance. Responsibility is one thing that we must work on therapy, and I thought of this proverb: if you go to sea, get ready on land. Se vais ao mar, avia-te em terra, porque na realidade temos que ter a responsabilidade dos passos que damos e saber se damos passos maiores que as pernas ou não. E, portanto, perceber toda a responsabilização das nossas ações e o alcance que elas têm. implementing repairing actions, it means that thoughts that we had before, and actions, you can look them in another way. Sometimes wheat and chaff, we see at the same thing and they are not. A very important phase, consolidating change, because change is not a thing that we do and it's done for life. So it's a process, and we must be aware that it's not easy. So a dog barks, and we can think as ourselves as the caravan. Others bark or say something, but we are sure of ourselves, and we can continue our path, our way. And that the last phase, anticipation of future. So me seeing myself in my job, in another marriage, in the future with children separated. So anticipate what can happen or not. And I choose a golden key opens all doors. It's not true, of course. There are no such thing of a key opening all doors, but we may have tools to help us to do that. That's why I choose this proverb. Then at the end of the book, it would be a list of, I don't know how many, 250 proverbs I used along the book, and they are all there with the MATI QC International Type System classification. These are the first examples, but here are some pictures with proverbs from That's why I composed the bars, the music bars. And thank you.
Okay. I don't know if some questions that can be raised to our Christina, that I begin to thank for this exhibition, because it was for you an exhibition in some sense. You are lucky. You are just with some fear, if I can reveal this secret. Okay, so...
I hate these things.
Okay, but you succeed. Okay. Some questions?
I understood that you work with music with your passions. Yes or not? No? Ah, okay. So can you explain how you can choose the music related to the proverb?
No, this was a challenge of... I don't work with music with my patients. I studied music before, and now I'm a psychotherapist, and I don't work with music. But Rui Soares knew that, and knew that I once studied music, and he challenged me to put some proverbs into music. But he also challenged me to do something with proverbs and psychology and psychotherapy. So I decided to do both things and to choose one proverb to illustrate the psychotherapeutic process, but also, why not, choose one of them and put it in music.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this was one provocation to Christina, and maybe, I don't remember if I told you that some years ago we had some similar experience with one composer, one Canadian composer that came to Tavira, and at church of Misericordia Church we had something similar to that. That means we choose 6 proverbs, and they have made some musics for each proverb, and after with the audience he played, and people must, because I distributed before some small sheet of paper with the proverbs, and all the audience must identify the music he was doing with the proverb that was in the paper. And this provocation is, again, what we are trying to do with several persons. Just when we know about their skills, we try to profit these skills. It was impossible for me, or maybe for most of you, to connect the proverbs, psychology, and music. And if Christina knows, why not to profit and to provoke her just to bring to all of us just this capacity. So, as she said before, eventually, when we are trying to identify some music she played with the proverb, maybe each ad, each sentence, so each decision. And for that reason, she had the care to say that really there was not one correct answer. But anyway, there are some elements that even a person that doesn't know music like me, we can identify, and this is the challenge she provoked with this kind of exercise. So thank you so much for this.
Thanks a lot, Christina. I knew it will be very interesting and inspiring, and it's in the line with the narrative nature, because we use it. And I think that this way can be a good step in externalizing and reconstructing it. I like this integrative approach of using different perspectives and adjusting to the need. But with the music is interesting because the metaphor that everybody has its one unique tone, everybody has it, no? There is a nice film metaphor by Kai Pollak. There is a film about a director who went to the small village and helped people to find the unique tone. And with this music, I think it's a good, because emotions are crucial in therapy. And when you asked me about which is among these 4 the most adequate tone, then it stimulated me to get into the message of these 4. So there are 2 functions. One, that I get focused on the meaning, and focusing reflect myself. And the second, there is diagnostic also value, but we might need, yeah, I'm also a scientist, so we would need also to see how many people recognize one of 4 from this music, because it must be also the message of the proverb. Yeah. In literature, in theater, Lord of the Rings was about one proverb, no? 600 pages about one proverb. Not all that glitters is gold. So I think it's totally valid what Rui suggested with this music and trying to capture this by music.
Thank you.
In the book, there's one part with the photo and the music sheet, and then there's a music analysis I did with what I used as musical techniques to give my idea of the proverb. But of course, it's my idea. I myself could have composed 300 tunes with the same proverbs. So.
Any question? No? Even let me add something. When you explained this proverb that maybe is not true, is not false about tell me what you are and so on, let me risk to say that even in the others, less ambiguous than this one, maybe the situation is similar. That means that when we connect one proverb, one music, or one explanation, of course that is, and you told this at the beginning, is our interpretation, is our explanation. And of course, when I have those books about European proverbs, you can look at the end of the books that there are always some exercises, and I provide just one answer, my answer. And what we are doing when we make some kind of sessions regarding this book, or in your case with this good presentation, is mainly to provoke the discussion. Because I use the book, I go to people like you, for instance, and I can just say, please, can you give me your interpretation about the proverb number? And all people is giving their own interpretation. So what after we decide is, of course, now you must collaborate, everybody in that group, to arrive to one conclusion. This is a democratic way to say, okay, you discuss during 1 hour, half an hour, I'm in another room, so when they come to next room, they have, it must be one person representing all the group of discussion. So they report this to me. And of course, sometimes the differences are only the way the words are placed on this interpretation. And for that reason I say, okay, all of these, if you go to the solution, you can compare and say, okay, now I agree with you in this sense. But sometimes it happens, very often it happens, that there are some very far. And in that case, I ask everybody, why you gave this? Do you think that you can just compare your answer very far, in my opinion, from that it is provided to you? This is another moment to discuss again, and meanwhile we are discussing and see that those books are just for learning a foreign language. So we must take into account that they are learning a new language. Maybe they need time to make deeper this kind of interpretation. And when one answer is totally out of the others, of course that very often it happens that we are becoming richer, because never we thought about this kind of interpretation, but it makes sense. So see the power of these small pieces, and always in our association we try to engage new members, and you will become another new members that have different skills. because if not, it is impossible. I can have one idea, but I don't know music. I don't know other subjects. So if there are something inside the association that is good in anthropology, in history, in military area, and so on, they can provide good explanations for the proverbs that maybe everybody can give their own interpretation. But at least we are trying just to use those experts in different areas to give one insight about this that most of people don't understand. They don't are in the area. So, thank you.
And I would say that in psychotherapy, the big challenge is when someone approaches us and says a proverb, the challenge is to see and discover what that proverb means to that person, not to me, not to another patient, but to that patient. Why he or she is so touched with that proverb, what representation he makes of it, and what good or evil this attachment bring.
I have a question. I'm here. Here. I'm here. Here I am. And you say that it is your own interpretation, so the connection between a proverb and a certain kind of music, a certain music. But what about a change of mood in one person? So do you think that one person could interpret a proverb with a different music if he or she has a different mood?
Of course. For instance, living and learning. It was a proverb. I put it in a gay way because to me, learning, it's good. But if someone doesn't like school, doesn't like to study, of course it would compose another kind of music. And one person can read a proverb today at one light, a dark light, and tomorrow we can open this interpretation and see it in another light, the same proverb. So it's possible.
And the same person.
And the same person, so it would oblige them to change the music, as it changed the spectacles or the way she sees the world.
Thank you very much.
The same in our profession as professors. Sometimes when we evaluate students today, at that time, maybe if I correct them in another situation, maybe the evaluation is completely different. And the problem is that if it is so different, we must take care. If there are slight differences, all people must understand that evaluate is really, really very difficult. And I told Marius about even the text that we are using in psychology. I remember when I have done the course about Raven matrices, for instance. They gave some kind of guidance, but they don't say you are able to do that or you are unable to do that. So please be careful with the extremes.
Be careful with interpretation. Yeah. Mainly with the interpretation of others.
Yeah. Let me ask Marinella. Okay, we are approaching to the final, the closing session, but please. We are waiting a moment for the president of the parish. He came to close the session once the mayor now is very busy, so she delegate. But meanwhile, maybe I can surprise. Yeah, so please give the operation to someone very skilled in the room and come here, please. Yes, you and you. Where is? Yeah, all of you here. So please, with your capacities, prepare your material to focus here. And put on the automatic. Okay. Here, good. Good here. Cameras are, yeah? For me, not for you.
No, for everyone.
Okay. I think that most of you can understand how difficult it is to make this kind of colloquium. Last year was difficult for us, but everybody was online. So it was a great jump for me, for Marinella, and for Iris, and for the others that cooperate closely of us. But really this year was for us a completely unknown jump. And I think that a football slogan say that in the team that is winning, yeah, we don't make any kind of change. So if you allow me, because here there are several members of our association, but I take the risk to say that if you agree, next year, 6th November, you will be with us. So please transmit to Isaac this idea, and of course, during the year, we will prepare some kind of guidelines to avoid some small complications that we had this year. I know that everybody understands this kind of mistakes or errors. We are human, they are human, every participant over the world is also a human being, so if you have this understanding about autocritics and auto-evaluation, as Christina said before, of course that everybody can see how difficult it was to put this in the way. So, and for you, as a gift from the hotel, we have here yeah. Thank you. For me? No, I take this for Isaac. This is for Isaac. Okay, so thank you very much. And now we are waiting, yes, for the president of the parish. Okay, thank you.
Now, ela fala português muito melhor que eu, mas só quero dizer que estamos muito agradecidos por el trato que hemos recibido de todos vocês, de todas las personas que están aquí. Estamos como en casa, somos de España, mas Portugal é un pueblo hermano. Queremos dizer muito obrigado a todos. Muito obrigado.
Okay. We can talk about everything and nothing to make some space. some question or some suggestion, what Mr. Vice President, what you can tell for all of us? Yeah. Yeah. New participants. What? Please.
Do we have new participants that will receive their cards? Do we have the cards here? Okay. Mm-hmm.
New participants now are just our colleague Paola from Italy. We have Tomás from Portugal. We have, I don't remember your name, please. Cristina? And Susanna in this room. But of course, we had online other participants. So if you, for the first time here, wants to tell something, some suggestion, because our idea is to improve each more all these things. And sometimes those participants who are coming to Tavira after 15 years, maybe they are accommodated to the situation. And it's also, and every time it's welcomed the new ideas, because sometimes when you arrive for the first time to one situation, you have other eyes that can help us. So if someone can tell Susanna or Cristina or Paola or Tomás to tell something, please. Who is the first? Ladies first. Ladies first. Yeah.
No, it was very, very nice to be here, very exciting. If I have just a suggestion, maybe related with Portuguese language, but it's my perspective, that I felt a little bit a fish out of water when all presentation, some of the presentation went totally in Portuguese. So just this is an observation, just a suggestion for next time if possible.
First of all, thank you to everybody who was here. This was fantastic, and I hope it repeats itself for many long years. But I have lots of suggestions that I will tell to Rui privately, but I have one that can be said out loud. Well, they can also be said out loud, but I have one that is very small but can help, because actually it's not my suggestion, it's a suggestion of someone who's not here anymore, I think, Lucia Dolezalova, who said that it would be good if in the abstract there was a small sign saying which conferences are going to be spoken in English or in Portuguese, or either one of the other is good. But because as the abstracts are in both languages, people don't know beforehand who is going to speak in which language.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Cristina. I'm not an assistant here. I come from Spain to visit my friend, but I'm very glad to stay today here. It's a great event. I am very enthusiastic to know what this type of event. I hope. She would like to participate. Yes. Next year, I think she will participate too.
Good idea. And maybe she must become a member. Don't forget, okay? This is important.
Good afternoon. I'm now speaking in English for everybody. I think the question that some of the presentations are in English or in Portuguese is very pertinent, but I think for that to have a real solution, it has to have some automatic translator for the other ones to understand, or some kind of way of doing that. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to breathe with this mask. I think I'm going to take it off because, oh God. This suggestion, it was not mine, just for my editor, my publisher. I think it's a very nice suggestion. I'm a little nervous, but I have a lot of experience in talking in public and doing some courses and a lot of presentations in comics, about art. So my interpretation, my personal view of how this, how I felt about being here is a little intimidating. It's a little intimidating. I think it has to have a little more, a little less serious approach for it to be more inviting to other people. I felt sincerely a little intimidated for that, and I'm a very, go easy person. So I think it has to have a little more. I think if you had some kind of activities more in group, just talking about stuff, talking about proverbs of other countries, and doing a good idea from my publishers is some kind of how do I say in English? It's I say a proverb in Portuguese that is of mine. You say one in response to mine that is yours. So you can create some kind of exactly some kind of weird kind of communication just in proverbs. This is not my idea, of course. This is her idea. It's very nice. And I think it's kind of it's a good example of activities that we can go and do in a community, because we are a community that loves and understands and respects the quality and the importance of proverbs. So, in my perspective, I think it lacks a little in there. Thank you.
Very briefly to say that the suggestions that we have done are very important. Only a comment in general. I agree with them, but remember that from the beginning we try to mix, saying that all are in Portugal English, and of course remember that we try just to balance between them, and we try not to have one section for Portuguese, another section for English. I think that it's very, very important to have this meeting balancing between different areas, different skills, different languages, and of course, we have such difficulty to learn or to listen English, as well our foreigners, for Italy, for New Zealand or others to learn Portuguese. So this is some kind of mutual effort for each person to follow, and we try to balance, but we will take this in consideration. And because the president that you know from other moments has another situation, we are trying just to close this session, and I ask some words from you at the ending of this situation. we have the diplomas to be distributed for those persons that are here in the room, and of course for the others over the world. Gina Salapata is not here. Mariana, Paulo Serra from East Timor, Gulnara, unfortunately was not here, Tozina, Francisco Topa, Juan Álvares Dias, please. Yeah, stand here. Xumirai, Fernanda Frazão e Susana Rezende. Okay. Marinela and Rui. Cristina. Ah, Cristina. No, Cristina. Cristina Marreiros. Okay. Next year is for you, Cristina. Okay? And because the last are the first, we have here to the União of Freguesias and for the project. So please, this is for you. Okay? So, ok. Obrigado.
Boa tarde. Boa tarde a todos. Fui, de certa maneira, surpreendido para estar aqui agora com o microfone na mão. Mas pronto, é sempre um gosto estar convosco, estar com o Dr. Rui Soares e a doutora Marinela. Penso que... espero que tenham tido uma boa semana em Tavira, que tenham sido foram com certeza bem recebidos. Espero que tenha sido profícua a vossa reunião, o vosso colóquio. Dizer-vos que da nossa parte estaremos sempre disponíveis, portanto, referir mais uma vez, para colaborar com a Associação Internacional de Paramiologia. Dizer-vos que é sempre uma honra contar convosco. A cidade de Tavira acolhe-vos sempre de braços abertos, portanto, espero que para o ano estejamos cá novamente e que já numa outra circunstância em que estejamos muito mais pessoas presencialmente e que não seja necessário, aliás, mesmo que seja necessário, que seja mais presencial do que propriamente online. De modo que desejar-vos a todos um bom regresso a casa, quem ficar de férias mais uns dias, umas boas férias, dizer que para o próximo ano cá estaremos novamente, contem connosco, nós também contamos convosco, é sempre um gosto muito grande. Muito obrigado a todos e até para o ano, e 6 de novembro. Muito obrigado.
Está bem, obrigado, somos nós, está bem? Ok. Para amanhã nós temos uma visita à cidade, mas muito localizada, num sítio que nunca fomos, e exatamente porque a incerteza quanto ao número de pessoas que tínhamos não me permitiu fazer a programação adequada, então, efetivamente, vamos deslocar-nos para um sítio emblemático de Tavira, que com a senda de progresso que está havendo nestes últimos tempos, não sabemos se resistirá. Então, antes que desapareça, naturalmente que vos convido a estar na parte da manhã, às 10 horas, justamente ao pé da estação do Caminho de Ferro, ao pé do Lidl, às 10 horas lá, para fazermos uma visita histórica no meio da paisagem que é agradável. Depois dessa visita, naturalmente, cada um é livre de poder ir ver aquilo que ainda não viu e que quer ver melhor, nomeadamente ir ao museu que tem entrada livre. E depois, no domingo, às 7h30, à porta do hotel, para irmos, aqueles que cá estiverem ainda, para irmos a uma visita a Mértola. Creio que não há dúvidas, então juntamos às 10 horas, junto à estação. Está bem? Ladies and gentlemen, just for tomorrow, we have one visit to Tavira, but for a special place, because never we have been there, and there is there a building that maybe with the progress, some persons call this progress, will destroy this building. So before to lose this emblematic place in Tavira, we visit. And this is placed in a field. So in some sense, I think that all of us will appreciate the contact with nature. So at 10 o'clock, nearby the round in front of the railway station is a promenade from here to there, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So please, we are waiting for all that are tomorrow yet in Tavira to come with us for this small project. After, when we end this visit, each of you can visit something in Tavira at your own pleasure. Some maybe goes to the museum, others can profit to go to the beach, or what each person decide to visit in Tavira. The museum is free. The only thing is when you arrive to the entrance, you say, I am, or I was, or I belong to the group of the Colloquium on Proverbs. So they facilitate the entrance for everybody. And on Sunday, at 7:30, we wait here in the reception because the bus will come to take us for a trip about 50 kilometers or more away from Tavira. So please, this is the program, the cultural visits we have planned for this year. So welcome again, and for those that unfortunately by different reasons must start their way back to your houses, to your homes, I hope all the best, and next year we will find again and we will meet again here in Tavira. Thank you for all.